seductive, graphically sensual. They will assault your senses. They are incorporeal. They will bend your mind, shatter your sanity, and seal your fate. Lethal Ladies Inc. Try us on for size. We will take your breath away.
Favorite scary movie? Dana and Candice get terrified this week. Let's play a game, just a little one. Pretty please. Too scared to play. Do tell. What's the most horrifying film ever made? Come play with us, gang. Travel down that darkened hallway and into the world of nightmares and monsters. Will you survive with your sanity still attached? Kiss your nerves goodbye. Dana and Candice get terrified this week. Let's play a game, just a little one. Pretty please. Dana and Candice get terrified this week. Let's play a game, just a little one. Pretty please.
Howdy, gang, and welcome to a special edition of Friday Foolish. And, gang, hey, Chris, by the way, I see Chris is in here ready to play the game, but I forgot to plug in my light, and it's a little dark back there. There we go. That's better. I keep forgetting to do that. The poet, you want to know which of these movies are your favorite? Well, actually, let me explain a little bit about this while I'm waiting to get Candice on here. So, Candice actually put a bug in my ear about us doing a game. And it's a game that her and Chris play. And you basically, the more people you have, the more fun this is. But basically, Candace made a list of the scariest movies that she's seen. She made a list of 20. I made my own list. And so what I have done is we're going to have 20 rounds to start with, folks. And there's going to be 2 movies apiece. 2 movies per round, one from my list, one from Candace's list. So I think Chris is going to be on here helping us kind of make a decision. So we're hoping that you guys and gals that actually come into Friday Foolish, I hope we have several people today, will play along with us. Because the way that I've set up these rounds is, I told Candace I was going to take the first one from my list and put it versus the last one on her list. And I just kind of went back and forth like that. Because we at first said we maybe were going to do, put 2 similar types of movies with similar plots together. But I thought, wouldn't it make it harder if I just kind of randomly put these 2 movies together? So I think we're going to kind of decide which one is our favorite with y'all's help, hopefully, as well as showing, according to this game, what's the scariest of these movies for us. So some of you may already have one in mind as we start going through these movies, and that's perfectly fine. You know who else is going to be joining us for this? It's not Poe. It's not RJ. It's not Jallo Steve. but it is Freddie. Freddie's going to be ringing the bell today. So, and sorry if y'all hear her bring coughing. We've got her on some new medicine, but she just started. So you may hear her coughing there in the background. So, but here's a sample of Freddie. I'm not sure. I don't watch much boxing, so I'm not sure what that box is that Freddie's holding up after he rings the bell. If anybody knows what that is, please let me know. Brinky. I promise you guys and gals, we're not torturing Brink. She's got some fluid in her body that's causing her to cough like this. So it's not heart failure or anything like that, but it does make her cough, and we are trying to get that fluid out of her, or as much as we can out of her, with this new medication. But like I said, she just started on it today, so hopefully in a few days she'll show. He was boxing. Yeah, maybe the AI used just literally said boxing. That's a distinct possibility, because sometimes the AI isn't as clever as it thinks it is. But I'm gonna go while I'm waiting for Candace. I'm gonna go ahead and get some housekeeping stuff out of the way. And then when Candace gets on here, we'll get started with our little game here. Um, so as always, this is a live stream. So movie roulette is in full effect. What that means is, if you want to play movie roulette, oh, okay, it's not Chris, but it's Candace under Chris's name. Thank you for the clarification, Candace. But I'll just keep blabbing away until. Oh, the other was Chris. Okay, gotcha. So y'all are kind of sort of both here. So, okay. So to play movie roulette, if you give a $5 or more super chat, you can pick any movie of your choosing for me to watch and do a review over on an upcoming episode of Movie Roulette. The mofos with him. I thought that sounded more like Chris than it did you, Candace, to be honest. But hopefully, I will be able to do more Dick's Picks, more Cannon Fodder, more They're All Messed Up, without having to reschedule anything for next week. I know I had to reschedule. I think it was Cannon Fodder that I had to reschedule because I got caught up at doing work related stuff as usual. But I'd also wanted to remind you guys and gals that Saturday and Sunday we got a couple of watch alongs coming up. So Saturday's watch along, starting at 7 p.m. Eastern time, will be the original Dawn of the Dead, the George Romero Dawn of the Dead. Sunday's watch along, also starting at 7 p.m. Eastern time, will be for National Lampoon's Vacation. I'm also going to try to do a soup and jallows this weekend, preferably on Sunday. I haven't done one in a while, but there's a chicken soup recipe that I'm just dying to try out. So hopefully I can do that and have some yummy chicken soup, as well as doing a soup and jallows for you guys and gals. Also, be sure to hop on over to my horror shop at deadicesondeck.com. Tell them Poe sent you. Poe is the official mascot of the Deadites on Deck horror shop. I have t-shirts, I have hats, I have tote bags, I have mouse pads, blended teas, candles, booga booga bears, and soon the Pyro plushies are going to be making their way to the site. Now, if you're not a horror fan, or you are a horror fan and you don't see the particular design that you would like, hey, I do custom work, folks. There is a handy dandy form on the homepage of the shop that you can fill out and tell me what you so desire, and I will try my best to make that a reality for you. But that's basically the housekeeping stuff to let you know the stuff that is coming up. And hopefully, poor Candice will be able to get on here in a little bit. Chris, you say you've had to reschedule a few of your streams recently. It was supposed to do one last night, but did it earlier today. It was on the first 3 sleepaway camp movies. I'm going to have to check that out, Chris, because I'm a huge, huge fan of the sleepaway camp movies. Not Return to Sleepaway Camp. Sorry, Robert Hiltzik. You did a great job with the first one, but Return to Sleepaway Camp, ew, I don't know how some of the rest of y'all feel about Return to Sleepaway Camp, but I don't know which was worse. Return to Sleepaway Camp or that Survivor that was originally the 4th Sleepaway Camp that they didn't finish. Well, thankfully they didn't finish it. Has anybody but me seen that Survivor? The little, like, it's not much of it surviving, but it's not really good, folks. I will tell y'all that me and Steve ate at a fairly new restaurant today. Hey Fry, or High Fry, I think it is. I think Candice is here. But High Fry is a place where they have, I cannot pronounce the name of these things to save my life, but they're like pancakes with cabbage and meat and stuff in them. If you watch these Japanese videos, you will see it begins with an O. And me and Steve just refer to them as pancakes because that's easier to say than the name of them. But I tried Steve's. I had yakisoba, which is basically fried noodles, and I had chicken. It has cabbage in it, pickled ginger, which if you've not had pickled ginger is really good. I like pickled ginger better than I do regular ginger. Chris, you say you have another stream on Sunday talking about more movies surrounding summer camp. Yeah, and now is the time we're, in the latter part of June, almost the end of June. Where did June go, folks? It went by so fast. It was hot. It was hotter. Well, hopefully it wasn't hotter than hell. Hopefully it wasn't that hot. But it was very hot and steamy. Candice sent me a couple of like video clips that I was just laughing at because we were kind of joking back and forth about the heat and how bad it was. But yeah, now is the time to be talking about those summer camp movies. The sleepaway camp movies and Friday the 13th are two that really stick out in my mind right now. But you don't have to talk about horror ones. You can talk about other summer camp movies like Meatballs, Indian Summer. There's a ton more. But anyway, I'm going to quit blabbing about other stuff. And I'm going to get Candice on here. Real quick here.
Hey. Sorry about being late.
That's okay.
Can you hear me out of this microphone?
Yeah, there's a little feedback, but I don't know if there's anything that can be done about it.
I've got my fans blowing on me, Dana. That's probably what it is. If I didn't have them, I would melt down. I'm in the back of the house.
That's fine. It doesn't bother me.
Is it real bad?
No.
Okay. So. It's probably these fans. I'm in the back of the house and there's no cool air back here, so I am melting down.
But I was telling everybody we're going to have, and Candace saw this before I even put it on here. Freddie's going to be joining us at periodic spots. I got a song of you. And he's literally showing you a box. That shows you how the AI kind of does things funky sometimes. But I thought it was really cool him ringing the bell and smiling at everybody, and he's got his referee uniform on over his red and green sweater. So I thought that was kind of neat. So
Yeah, I like that too. I was having trouble with StreamYard. It was like free, it would not let me get on. I would try and try and try, and then finally it let me on.
I don't know. Sometimes StreamYard can be really persnickety about things. It's kicked me out, not wanted to let me in, and I'm the one hosting the stream. Sometimes it's just craziness.
Oh,
Hey TJ, he says, "Howdy y'all. I thought the hot girls Candice and Dana were replaced by those other girls in the thumbnail." Um, that's our um, that's our alter egos, TJ. Uh,
oh,
yeah, Chris says meatballs, the burning. Ernest goes to camp, summer camp nightmare, camp nowhere. Yeah, heavyweights. Hold on, just a second. It gets kind of noisy around here. Um, let's see, heavyweight and wet hot American summer. I'm going to sound a little dirty here, but wet hot American summer sounds like, I know it's not that, but it kind of sounds like something dirty.
yeah.
But Chris is going to be covering all of those on Sunday. So y'all be sure to check out Chris and his Crater Mania streams because they're really good. I'm ashamed to say I don't get to watch Chris's stuff as much as I would like to. Steve and Chris didn't marry them girls. No, not they didn't marry our alter egos, but I like to have fun with the thumbnails sometimes and just see what kind of stuff we can get the AI to spit out. Um,
Admittedly, I was looked a lot different when we got married. So
I looked a lot different when me and Steve got married too. So. Uh, oh, Chris, I'm sure people. You know what I think it is. Sometimes people watch them on the replay. Sometimes they watch my stuff more on the replay than they do live. Um, and I guess it's just because people are so busy. I don't think it's the content at all. I've watched you. You're very entertaining, Chris, when you're and informative too. That's always an important thing. Um, sometimes I feel like nobody watches my stuff either. So it's easy.
oh, is that what he said?
He says it's okay. Nobody really watches anyway.
Oh, geez.
Hey, Phil. So, I guess while we've got 5 people in here, we'll go ahead and get started with round 1, which starting the round, we got to have Freddie on here again. He's got to start our round. And he's showing us his box. Maybe he's got the movies in that box. I'm just gonna say he's got slips of paper with the movies written on them. I'll make up anything to make it make sense. So for round 1, the 2 movies that we have are, and of course it's one from my list, one from Candace's list. So we've got The Exorcist versus Silent Hill.
Hmm.
And me and Candace would like you guys and gals in the chat to help us out with this. I can just go ahead and unless Candace wants to go first.
No, I mean, you can go first. Now, you did explain to him that you put your list down first, and then some that you had on there was going to be on mine. So The
Yeah,
Exorcist was
I will.
definitely
Yeah,
on mine, but
some of them were on both of our lists. So Candace went through and actually marked
yeah,
out the ones on her list that were the same on mine, so we wouldn't just have
intertwine. Yeah.
almost all the same movies. And I think we did a pretty good job of being able to come up with 2 fairly, different lists. And some of them I had thought about putting on my list, and I was like, "Well, this is great because Candace has them on her list, so we can still, include them." TJ saying, "Hey Chris, you ever see the comedy Summer Camp from 1979? It has Linnea Quigley in it." I don't even think I've seen that one. Chris says, "I know of it, TJ, but never seen it." I'm gonna have to let Reggie in now. Tell you what.
Yeah, whenever I was making my list, I just like some of these movies only seen once, but they had made like such a, I guess, impact on how they made me feel when I watched them. That's why I added them to the list because some of these I've not seen in years since I was like a teenager, probably. And like I said, just once, but the one time is all I need. And I would have loved to have went and um, sit down and watched all these movies again. Some of them I've watched 100 times or more because
Oh
I
yeah,
love them, but some of them I've only seen once. But I just remember how they left me with the impact of being scared or spooked or whatever. So
yeah.
that's why they made the list, and that's how I based my list. So um, Silent Hill is one of them. I've seen it maybe twice, but it's an interesting movie. But Dana, if you want to go first, you can.
Okay. Now The Exorcist was, and I'm gonna try not to be too descriptive about The Exorcist because Candace has seen The Exorcist, but it gives her the heebie-jeebies.
Yeah.
My dad is the same way now. My dad will not watch The Exorcist anymore. He said that movie gives me the heebie-jeebies. I can't, and I don't laugh at people whenever they say that because the demonic possession is something that if you think about it, it's very unnerving
Yeah.
to even think about it. And what is the most frightening thing to me about The Exorcist is not the makeup effects. The makeup effects are awesome. Dick Smith did A plus 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 job on it. I feel like I'm the teacher on A Christmas Story in Ralphie's Dream where she's going A plus plus plus, and she's going around the room doing that. But anyway, um, Dick Smith's makeup was top notch. Some of the best makeup effects I've ever seen in a film. But that's not what makes it frightening. When I look at the makeup effects, I'm like, oh wow, how'd they do that? Twisting her head around, doing all those, different things. I want to know how they did it. It's not, oh gosh, I'm scared by that. But what's scary is that you have a young girl who's in a relatively normal family environment. Her mother, yes, is divorced from her father. Her mother is away a lot. She's Reagan, played by Linda Blair, is taken care of by Sharon, who is, I guess, like her mother's assistant and also Reagan's babysitter, pretty much. And she's played by Kitty Wynn. I think Kitty Wynn does an excellent job in that part as well. Ellen Burstyn plays Reagan's mother. Um, but it's it's a single parent household. The mother's an actress. She's away a lot. Sharon stays with Reagan a lot. They go and do things. Near the beginning of the film, um, her mother comes home and she's talking to Sharon and she's saying how the day went. And then Reagan comes in and Reagan really wants a horse because her and Sharon uh, went and they saw a man came by with a horse and he let Reagan ride it. And she says, "Oh, mom, can I?" It's typical mother daughter, or even could be translated into a mother son relationship or a father and son relationship. There, you can tell that they're very, very close, and that um, the mother really cares about the daughter, and vice versa. It seems relatively normal. Um, there is one part that I have used Ouija boards. I'm not, I know some people are not fans of Ouija boards. They will not use them. Um, and I'm fine with that. If it doesn't feel right for you to use something like that, then you should not use it. So there is a scene though prior to the horrific stuff that starts happening where Reagan pulls out a Ouija board and her mother says, you know, uh, you know how to use it, right? And Reagan starts to use the planchette, which moves around on the board. And her mother's like, well, you need to. And she's like, no, you don't. And see, I'd always heard that you should never play a Ouija board by yourself. Never do that alone. Because supposedly it opens you up more to things that may want to get at you and take you over. But it is clear to me that Captain Howdy, as Reagan refers to the entity as, um, she's been talking to Captain Howdy before. I got the feeling that she was talking to Captain Howdy before the Ouija board. Perhaps maybe Captain Howdy said, hey, I can tell you where there's this thing that will help us talk back and forth. But whatever door is open during all of that, it allows this demonic entity to overtake Reagan. That's what's frightening to me. That out of this normal family unit, you have something so evil that it takes over a little girl and makes her do horrible things, makes her say horrible things. Um, and it it also plays on fears of mental illness because when Reagan's um, symptoms or whatever you want to call them start to get worse, the doctor goes from thinking it's nerves or a hyperactivity disorder. I think they think it's something like ADHD or something like that at first because they want to put her on Ritalin. You hear the doctor talking about that. And he said, the doctor tells the mother that it's a stimulant. And she said, oh my gosh, she's hiring a kite now. And so the doctor then says that she's depressed, that Reagan's depressed. And her mother says, Reagan's not depressed. And so there's a lot of this, this back and forth. The doctor tells Reagan's mother that she let loose a string of obscenities to the doctor, which I'm not going to describe on here. If y'all want to hear what specifically the doctor says that Reagan said, then I urge you to go watch The Exorcist. If unless you have an aversion to watching The Exorcist, in that case, don't do that. Yes, TJ, I would agree with you. You don't have to be sorry for interjecting. You say Kitty Wynn is Chris's secretary, assistant technically. Yes, she is. That is her main job. But I just feel like Chris trusts her enough to put her in charge of her daughter when she can't be there. That's why I added the babysitter thing. But yes, her prime job would be a secretary and assistant. Um, and TJ also mentioned bring her back. Um, Steve and I are planning on going to see that at some point. Uh, you say it was a pretty heavy downer flick. Great acting, though. I'll have to keep that in mind that you said that was a downer flick. So again, the thing that makes this most horrifying for me is the fact that a relatively normal family unit is just taken apart at the seams by this demonic entity, and there's no stopping this entity. I mean, they bring doctors in, they bring psychiatrists in, and the scene. I know Candace has talked about some of the faces that Reagan
Yeah.
manifests during um, her possession, and one of the ones that really, and people might not think of this one of the ones that kind of unnerves me, I don't think has a whole lot of makeup effects in it, is when the psychiatrist puts Reagan under and says, I'm talking to the person inside Reagan now. If you're there, you are hypnotized too, and you must answer all my questions. And the psychiatrist don't know what he's dealing with here. He thinks he's dealing with maybe split personality or, something to that effect. He doesn't know or realize that he's dealing with a demonic entity that systematically decides it's going to tear his balls off. Um, and and right before she grabs the crotch of the psychiatrist, the face changes. He asks who who this entity is, and the face just changes. And then, like I said, it's obviously not Linda Blair's hand grabbing the doctor's crotch. It clearly like lifts him up and kind of like throws him a little bit. Hey, Johnny Har. Um, Chris, this round is The Exorcist versus Silent Hill. But I could go on and on about this, but I want to give Candace time to talk about. So for me, though, I will just say between this and Silent Hill has a lot of disturbing imagery in it. But I think for me, The Exorcist hits on The Exorcist hits below the belts. What The Exorcist does, the Exorcist doesn't play fair like some movies do. So it would be The Exorcist for me out of those two. But now I'll let Candace talk.
Well, I'm not gonna go. If you've never seen Silent Hill, you can go watch it. You probably play the games. I personally have never played the games. I just happened upon it one time whenever I was younger, probably mid-teens, I guess. When did that come out? About mid 2000s, 2005 or so.
Seems like it, Candace.
If you want to know what it's about, you can go and watch it, or go into detail just a little, you know, background of what it is. It follows a woman who has an adoptive daughter who is from who's having these nightmares and is sleepwalking, and having nightmares about this place called Silent Hill. I think it's in West Virginia, and really wish I got to watch it. I actually was going to start watching it yesterday, but something came up and I couldn't because it had been so long since I'd seen it. Um, but the reason why the hit really stuck with me, I remember sitting down and watching it. We had just got our satellite TV, and had never had satellite before. Not personally. My grandparents had it, but we had never had it before. And um, I seen that it was coming on, so I started watching it. And I knew that like the video game type stuff. So I was thinking, video game type movie. You know what I mean? But
Hmm.
once it got into it, and like it pretty quickly, because they go, this woman, she's taking her daughter there back to this hometown who it had been like incinerated back in like the 70s because of this like coal fire, and it had just, you know, ravaged this town. And she goes there and breaks into this town. This woman cop is following her because she's like suspicious of her, I guess. And when she tries to get away from the cop, I remember her wrecking, and she wakes up. Her daughter is gone. The door's open, and there's ashes falling around. It looks like snow, but it's ashes. And I just remember that first seeing that scene. That's creepy in itself. I
Hmm.
mean, you don't really see smoke. It's really foggy, but it's like these just ashes just falling. I'd actually had something happen to me as a kid, and I think that's one of the reasons why it was so creepy to me, Dana, and I don't know if I've ever told you this or not. Chris knows the story. But when I was a kid, probably about 12, 11 or 12, I wasn't very, very young, but I was, not a teenager yet. I was out at a place and there was some ashes.
Mhm.
Was just blowing in the wind. It was a breezy day, and there were some ashes that flew on my arm. And I was like, "Oh, is there a fire somewhere?" There wasn't a fire anywhere that I could see. And later that day, I found out that somebody had released their father's ashes close to where I was from. Now, I'm
Oh
not
my
saying that's
god.
what that was. I'm not saying that's what that was, but that freaked me out.
Oh,
As
yeah, it would freak me out too.
as a kid, I'm thinking that's what it was. In hindsight, it could have been from a fire, but it was right in the same area where I was. So who's to say what it was? But I got really freaked out by that. So whenever I've seen Silent Hill and I seen that scene where where she first wakes up and she's, looking for her daughter. I think her daughter's name is Sharon, maybe. And she is seeing all this like ashes just falling. She grabs, gets them in her between her fingers and kind of rubs it together and sees that it's ashes. That really creeped me out. But
Mhm.
pretty quickly, I don't know if you've seen Silent Hill recently or anything like that, but it
Not
starts off
recently.
it starts out pretty intense from the very beginning when she gets into this town. You see all kinds of really um horrific looking creatures. There's like this scene I remember she goes up to this. I think it's very one of the very first things that she sees is up on a fence. It's like a maybe a coal miner's outfit, and
Mhm.
it's like crucified to the fence. It looks like, and you see that something because you see from the point of view of out looking inside the mask out to this woman, and you can hear breathing, and then it takes and shows a glance of what she's seeing, and you see these really grotesque and eyeballs looking back at her, and then all these like little fire like people start.
Mhm.
It's just a really intense movie, and that movie always stuck with me, even though I've not watched it as much as I probably would like to have. That movie always stuck with me. It was scary. It was creepy.
Mhm.
And it kind of made me want to play the game, but I never got around to doing it. But it really surprised me being a game that come from a movie or a movie that came from a game.
Mhm.
So that was one of the reasons why I put it on my list is because still to this day it's creepy. Now
Right.
since The Exorcist is yours, The Exorcist to me is just probably the most creepiest movie that I personally seen.
Mhm.
The imagery that it projects is horrific. You've heard my exorcist stories and then my, getting scared by Reagan as a kid, and
Mhm.
just to me, it's horrific makeup. They did a really good job on that. It's just one of those films that I don't think I will ever feel comfortable with. I
Right.
don't even like seeing cartoon pictures of it.
Mm.
Chris got a pair of like a pack of socks, and it had like exorcist socks. I said no, I don't want.
No.
I won't be washing them. If you if you want to wash those, you
Yeah,
can
you'll
wash
have
them.
to watch them
Yeah,
yourself.
I'm not touching that.
Mhm.
So even though the dark Silent Hill, going back to another movie I'd put on my list, going back to Silent Hill, even though that's the one of the movies I put on my list,
Mhm.
I'm going to go with The Exorcist on this one.
Okay. So, and I'm making tally marks here. So, for before we end this round, I'm going to give you guys and gals in the chat a chance to say which one of these do you think is the scariest for you, The Exorcist or Silent Hill? And Chris, if you're in here, we want to hear from you here because we want some feedback on this. That's
We
what
need a
I'm
tiebreaker, but the thing is, with this one, we both chose. But I'd like to hear what everybody else has got to
mm-hmm,
say about them too. Um, but I mean, both is creepy. Both are creepy movies. But The
mm-hmm.
Exorcist, I just don't. If you would ask me right now what scares me the most, it would be The Exorcist.
Yeah, I mean, That The Exorcist, I've looked at a lot of lists. I've seen a lot of shows, like those talking head shows,
Hmm.
where they talk about the scariest movie of all time. Now, Chris says he'll choose The Exorcist. Any Silent Hill people out there, just to throw a little spice in there?
I just don't think it's in anybody.
So I'm going to give a few seconds more, and if nobody says anything, we're going to say that The Exorcist is the winner for round one. Thank you, Chris, for jumping in there and adding to it, because like me and Candace talked before we did this, it's more fun the more people that play
Yeah,
give
yeah.
their input. Um, I don't know, my little thing was spinning by my cursor. I hope that don't mess anything up. All right, so we're going to consider round one ended. The Exorcist won round one. Okay. So we're ready to move on to round two. So here you go, Freddie. Yeah, you got your box. It's got the movies in it, right, Freddie? That's what we're going to say. All right. So for round two, the movies are When a Stranger Calls versus Children of the Corn. Um, Now, When a Stranger Calls was off of my list, Children of the Corn was off of Candace's list. Um, Candace, do you want to switch it up and go first this
I
time?
can. I can. Um, Children of the Corn. I mean, classic horror movie. I mean, majority of people sing Children of the Corn. Um, I remember seeing Children of the Corn when I was fairly young, probably, oh my gosh, 7, maybe 6 or 7, probably my nephew Henley's age.
Oh
And
wow,
I was very well. I started watching horror movies, right off the
I
bat,
I
with my
did I
aunt.
did
So,
too, pretty much.
and I remember watching that. My Papa Bob, which was my dad's dad, loved horror movies. I've talked about him several times,
Mhm.
and he was the one actually watching it. And
That's so funny.
And I remember I really wanted to watch it, and I remember my dad was like, "Oh, don't let her watch that." And he said, "Oh, she's gonna be okay." And I watched it, and I remember being so freaked out, especially it's got Linda Hamilton. I love Linda Hamilton. I think she's
Mhm.
just a wonderful actress, and um, I don't know. If you've never seen Children of the Corn, watch it. I'm not going to go into detail what it's about or anything like that, unless Dana wants to. She can. Um, it's basically around a town
Mm.
that they depend on corn, I guess, for money. The corn crop, and it fails, and they go and they pray, for their corn to grow, for the crop to grow. But these kids, which is led by what's his name?
Is it
What's that
John
guy's
Franklin?
John Franklin, yeah.
Yeah,
John Franklin and Courtney Gaines,
yeah.
which I've met Courtney Gaines. I think Chris has met John Franklin as well. I
I
really
would love to meet both of them, and I've never gotten to meet either one of them. But
Yeah, I loved meeting Courtney Gaines, not only for Children of the Corn, but for The Burbs,
the birds, yeah.
which was my favorite thing probably that he's in. But what really scared me about Children of the Corn is seeing these kids going around, because they are being led like into a ritualistic group
Mhm.
for the, what is it, the one that walks behind the
He Who
rose.
Walks Behind the Rose, yeah,
Mm, and just that concept is creepy anyway. Kids doing things like that is
yeah.
creepy anyway. So being a kid, seeing these kids do that really stuck with me.
Oh,
And I watched the other Children of the Corns that followed. But I don't know, that the first one really, I think, is the most. I don't know. It's the creepiest, I think. There's a scene where they kidnap Linda Hamilton's character,
yeah,
and they crucify her or put her up on a cross, like she's being
right.
crucified. That scene there stuck with me. And I think that's one of the reasons why that never left my head. Like
Yeah,
that,
and
seeing that.
the part before that where they actually, um Isaac and or I mean Malachi and some of the other kids
Yeah.
are converging upon the house where Linda Hamilton's character is there with the little girl Sarah,
Yeah.
and they come and they take her and they drag her out of the house. And that girl that plays Sarah is the best, one of the best young actresses I've seen, because she looks like she's absolutely terrified in that part. And you can hear Linda Hamilton's character screaming as they're taking her out of the house and everything. And what um Malachi says, "We've come to give you peace." That line when he's coming up the steps, she says, "What do you want?" And he says, "We've come to give you peace." And I'm like, game over there, because Courtney Gaines is so good in
He
that
is.
movie.
Yeah. And I had such a funny meeting with him. I had an Andrew WK shirt on. I don't know if you know who that is, but he's a like a alternative type punk rock, I guess, what
Gotcha.
you would call it. And he said, "What is that? The rah 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 music?" It was just funny. He's a nice guy. I really liked him.
Right.
He plays really creepy characters, but
Yeah,
um,
he is.
it was really fun meeting him and stuff. And um, the scene um, where they go into the church and they're drinking the blood. I think it might be like a pentagram or something they're drinking. That was a scene that always like messed me up. Being that young, seeing something like that. And I wasn't, I didn't have virgin eyes or anything to horror movies or anything like that. I grew up watching, the Friday the 13th and, stuff
Right.
like that, the Halloween films and all that. But that, just seeing kids do stuff like that in a holy place
Yeah.
was really,
Right in the church doing that.
yeah,
It's,
it was, it was really, I don't know, just something that you don't forget, and that's the reason why I put that on my list because,
mm,
you know, it never really left me. Maybe where I was so young, that's the reason why it scared me so much, but, I can watch it now and I'm kind of immune to it, but, um, I'll never forget how bad that it did scare me, so
what they basically were, though, was a killer kid cult
uh-huh.
that worshipped what they believed to be some kind of corn god, I
Yeah,
would
yeah,
assume. Um, but things about cults, religious mania, and I'm not talking about religious people. I'm talking about somebody that goes to extremes. This
yeah.
mania that is very frightening.
Kinda like, Papa Laurie and Carrie,
Yeah, exactly.
like her type of thing,
And
It's unsettling.
these are both based on Stephen King stories.
Yeah.
He wrote the short story for Children of the Corn,
Mhm.
and he also wrote the novel Carrie. So, I mean, Stephen King has dabbled in this type of religious mania more than
Yeah.
once.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely more than once. Probably more than twice. If you really, go into his books. Wes, I'm guessing you're kidding there. He says, "I can't believe y'all are doing a Saw retrospective." Those, mo- those movies are so shitty. I expected better from you, Dan. Uh, I don't even think either one of us had Saw on our list. I know that
No.
pretty.
I never was scared of salt.
I like the first Saw, and that's it. I think I enjoyed the novelty of it at the time, but I could care less about the rest of them. Just to bring that up. Um, okay, so I love basically any movie that's based on a Stephen King story. I ain't even gonna lie about that. But there is something about When a Stranger Calls that gets under my skin and stays there. And I, just like Candace has an aversion to The Exorcist and the themes that keep running through The Exorcist, things about demonic possession and what it does to a person. When a stranger calls, although it does focus on that old urban legend of the calls are coming from inside the house, get out of the house now, the killer's in the house. This adds another layer to it. Because even though, well, let me back it up a little bit. Carol Kane is in this movie, and Carol Kane is fantastic in this movie. She plays Jill, a babysitter who's been asked to take care of these two children while this couple goes out for a date night, basically. Because couples got to have their date nights every once in a while. So that's not what they called them back then. They just said, "Hey, we're going out to the movies." But nowadays, couples will call, we're going on a date night. But in any event, they need a babysitter. So Jill is their babysitter, and I know that Carol Kane has played a lot of comedic characters, but she's also very, very good at playing dramatic characters as well. And this one is no exception. It's Jill the babysitter. So she, I babysat before. I had my career in babysitting at one time in my young life. Um, and I think that's probably why this movie resonates with so many people. Because I mean, there could be, I'm not trying to be sexist here. There could be some guys that were babysitters. There's nothing wrong with that. But I think probably the reason why this movie resonates with so many women is because almost all women have been a babysitter at some point in their life.
Yeah.
So I think all of us, especially if we babysat kids at night, has felt a little freaked out. There's
Yeah.
sounds in the house, there's sounds outside the house, um, and this just intensifies that because Jill's a little nervous. She's babysitting. It's just her and the kids upstairs, um, and the kids. I think the kids were getting over colds and the mother said, try to disturb them the least that you can because they need to get some sleep. Um, and she tells her, there's ice pops in the freezer and or yogurt pops or something that they got, but they're telling her all the things. The phone number where we'll be at, the restaurant that we're going to go to after the movies and all of that. And we'll be home around such and such time. So, yes, have you checked the children? I'm going to get to that. That's something that really, after seeing this movie, if somebody called me up when I was babysitting and asked me if I had checked the children yet, I think I would have screamed my head off because of what happens in this movie. So, she's kind of nervous. She's hearing, sounds, and something turns out to be the ice maker in the refrigerator and all that stuff. She hears something dropping and she goes and she opens up the freezer. And of course, it's the ice going into the container or whatever it is, the ice maker making that noise. But she gets a call and she thinks it's this guy, Bobby, who she likes from school. And it's not. It's a stranger. It's a man that she don't know his voice. She doesn't know who this guy is. And she's like, hello. And all he says is, have you checked the children yet? And she's like, what? And he hangs up. And a little while later, he calls again. And she's sitting there studying. She's got her school books and stuff like that. And eventually, he says, why haven't you checked the children? And she gets freaked out because the guy keeps calling, every hour or so, the guy keeps calling and asking her if she's checked the children. And she calls the cops and she talks to them, and they said, well, it's probably just somebody playing a prank. But call it, if it gets more disturbing, please call us back. So he calls and she says, what do you want? She asks him. And he says, I want your blood all over me. And it's so flat and emotionless what he says that it gives an even more creepy vibe to it. And so by this time you're like, you're almost climbing the walls because you're like, Jill, you got to do something. I don't know what you got to do, but you got to do something. So she eventually calls the cops back, and they tell her, okay, we're going to put a tracer on this, but you've got to keep this guy on the line long enough for us to trace the call. And so she does, and the cop calls her back and says, Jill, get out of the house. The calls are coming from the house. And right about that time, she looks up at the steps, and upstairs is where the children were. He had been up there all that time and had killed those two children within the first hour of him calling and saying, have you checked the children? They never show you the children. Thank goodness they don't show you the children. You see no blood, but your imagination is your worst enemy during this, because I was just imagining it, because later the cop, the detective or whatever, played by Charles Durning, who shows up at the door right as Jill is getting ready to run out of the house, and she screams because she sees Charles Durning at the door. Later on, when Charles Durning is discussing this with a colleague of his, they talk about how there was blood all over the place from those poor kids. And that was just enough for me. I mean, and if I had been a mother, I'm sure that would have intensified things even more. Um, Talking about the children, it was bad enough hearing about these innocent children. And the fact that all the while she was sitting down there studying or talking to her friend on the phone, this guy was upstairs butchering those poor kids. And then he was going to kill her too. So this was originally made as a short film where it was just the part about Jill, the babysitter. But of course, when they made it a full length movie, you got to have a little in there, right? And some people are kind of aggravated by the middle part that has Colleen Dewhurst as a over the hill woman who spends her nights in bars and then drinks so much that she kind of staggers across the, I mean, thank goodness her apartment is closed, because she'll stagger out to a cab and have a cab take her to her apartment, right? um but the middle part is mainly is the Colleen Dewhurst stuff. And we find out more about the guy that killed those children, because now he starts pursuing Colleen Dewhurst's character. He goes to the bar, he sees her, he takes a liking to her, comes up beside her at the bar once. He's like, can I buy you a drink? And she's a real bitch to him. She's like, basically, hey, buddy, I want to be left alone. Go back to where you were. And she just keeps, rebuff, you know, every time he comes over to her, he's like, I'd really like to buy you a drink. He's like one of those really super annoying people that you just leave me alone, okay? And he's more and more insistent. And then these guys in the bar end up beating him up and throwing him out on the sidewalk. And he, leaves, but he shows up later and she said, "Hey, I'm sorry I was bitchy to you. I'm sorry those guys beat you up. I didn't mean for that to happen." And that just opens the door. And he says, "Well, couldn't we have coffee sometime or something?" She says, "Yeah, sometime." Well, he shows up at her apartment wanting to go for coffee. And she said, "Hey, I didn't mean right now," but very stalkerish type of guy. He gets his sights set on somebody and he just won't let go. So that whole middle part is him mainly terrorizing her character. Okay, now when that part is over with and Charles Durning doesn't catch him during that, he gets away, and we fast forward to Carol Kane's character is now a mother. She's married. She's got a little boy and a little girl, and her husband's just got a promotion, and they're gonna go out to celebrate his big promotion. Well, they're in the middle of dinner, and it's a fancy restaurant, and they had left the phone number with their babysitter, the phone number of the restaurant rather. And so the maitre d or whatever comes over and says, "There's a call for you, sir," talks to the husband. And Carol Kane's character is like, "No, no, no, you just," Jill says, "You just sit there and I'll get it." Okay. Y'all probably understand where I'm going. So she goes, picks up the phone, says hello. Then they show the husband, and she lets out a blood curdling scream because right before it switched to the husband, heard that same voice say, "Have you checked the children yet?" And she's screaming. She's like, "My babies, my babies. He's got my babies." And she knows this is the guy that was talking to her on the phone years ago when she was babysitting. And so that whole thing about being called on the phone, and this is in the days before cell phones, gang. I know some people would say, no, that ain't scary. There's nothing scary about that. But back in those days, when landline phones was all you had, if you had a phone at all, that is very terrifying. And to find out that the person that you were afraid of is right there in the house with you and could come downstairs anytime and kill you. Okay, I don't care who you are. I think that's terrible. So for me, as much as I like Stephen King movies, this is a movie that gets under my skin and it stays there. It doesn't crawl. And there are close-up shots too of the mentally ill guy. I don't want to say crazy because that sounds disrespectful, but he's pretty off in the head. Um, he's murdering children, so he's off in the head. Um, so it shows because he was in a mental hospital at one time, and they play an audio recording. The head of this mental hospital plays a recording of when they first got this guy in the mental hospital, and he's like, "Don't touch me. Don't touch me. I can't do it like him." And then he lets out like that, and you just have to hear it to for it. I can't do it justice. I probably sound ridiculous, but if you listen to it on the movie of him doing that, that's unnerving too. Then he has flashbacks of when they put him in the straitjacket, and he's sitting there on the floor of a padded room with a straitjacket, with a crazed look on his face. I just all of that combined into one is enough to just really give me the creepy crawlies. And so, like I said, as much as I love Stephen King movies, to the core of me, I love Stephen King movies. Um, I would have to go with When a Stranger Calls for the scariest one now. And I know I blabbed on, but this is one of my all-time favorite movies, folks. But I'll turn it over to Candace now, I promise, folks.
Well, Dana, I didn't want to interrupt you, but we're having some bad storming.
Mhm.
So if something happens, that's what's happened because it's looking pretty. I don't know if you can tell how dark it's gotten in here.
I did notice that it got darker in
I've
there.
been looking at the radar, so it's probably getting ready to hit real bad here. So
Okay.
if something
Well,
happens and you lose me, I'll try my best to get back on. I might have to get on my phone or something, but
okay. Well, if you need to go away for safety, just let me know too.
yeah, I don't think it's going to come anything like that. But it's really like the bird. Y'all to look out this window. It's like it looks like Alfred Hitchcock the birds out there.
Oh my
Like these birds are just like going back and forth, back and forth. But I just didn't want to lose you, and you was like, "Well, what happened to Candace?" But if something
God.
happens, that's what it is.
Okay.
But When a Stranger Calls, I've seen When a Stranger Calls, and it is very creepy.
Mhm.
Um, and also, I think the fear of that, um, the fear that you kind of get when you watch that movie is, you're, or at least I was raised on urban legends, of the babysitter and the killer, upstairs with the children, and you also were a child who had probably been babysat by
Yeah.
somebody. And I don't know about you, but I always felt uneasy when I wasn't with my mom or my dad.
Yeah,
If
I
I
think
was
I
with
did too. Yeah.
Yeah, if I was with somebody else's family or with somebody else, I just did not feel at ease. So especially at nighttime, and so that's a fear. Like you said, especially if you babysat somebody. And I've babysat before, kids that were not my own or not kin to me. So it can get creepy in somebody's house that you're not necessarily used to. So I've been there before. So that movie really, um, I guess, sends the chill factor or whatever. But
Yeah.
I don't know if I had to choose between the two, and it's a really good one because I like When a Stranger Calls.
Mhm.
But I would probably have to pick Children of the Corn
Okay.
on
See,
that one.
this is good. See, I like that when we're not both picking the same one. Um, so I'm assuming that Tour of the Corn goes to another level for you, Candace, right?
Yes.
Mm. And Chris says our electric has flashed twice.
Yeah, it's
Mm.
it's been, I don't know what's wrong with it. I'm on a
So
laptop, so
so can anybody uh, help us with a tiebreaker here, Chris? Anybody? TJ, the poet, Wes, even Johnny Horror, Bill, if he's still in here. Chris is going to go with Children of the Corn.
it's hard to choose.
Mm. Well, the poet says I can't pick one in this round.
Yeah, it's hard. It really is.
See,
Like I had to sit and think about that one
I tried to make it a little harder. I hope I didn't make it too hard. But
because with this one, I mean, they're both scary. They're both, freaky, and they both have really freaky scenes. I guess in real life, the more realistic one would be When a Stranger Calls. So I don't know.
but
It's
I think this is really really good. I did want to mention TJ's comment. He said the main girl in the short film was not a good actor, especially compared to Carol Kane. Well, Carol Kane, I love Carol Kane. I'm a huge
Yeah, I am too.
Carol Kane fan in a lot of films, but I really love that she was able to really take on this dramatic, serious
Yeah.
role.
'Cause she's not usually a dramatic like,
No,
my favorite thing that she does, well, there's a couple favorite things that she does is Simca, Laka's, girlfriend or wife in Taxi, which is one of my favorite shows of all time, and then she plays Grandmama, I think in the second, the Addams Family movie,
mm,
because the first woman who played Grandmama died, so she took over that role and smashed it, she was awesome. So, I love Carol Kane, but you're used to seeing her in the more satire. She was like in the Muppet movie. She was just had a little
Mhm.
small minor role. I don't know if you've ever seen the Muppet movie or whatever, but she just
I
is one
have.
that
It's just been a while.
it's whenever somebody go. I think it was like what's his name, Telly Savalas, maybe one that plays Kojak.
Oh
He
yeah,
says
yeah, yeah.
he says something. They're like in this bar, and Kermit the Frog. He's like sitting there, and he looks down at him and he said, frogs give you warts or whatever. And he said, no, that's just a myth. And she goes, yes. And she's got like a list. So she shows up all kind of a couple times without that movie. She's just so when she took on that role and you see her in that, it's something that you're not accustomed to. So
Right.
I like that. I think she did a good job in that movie.
Oh, TJ says Kane is great on Star Trek Strange New Worlds. It's a more serious role.
Mm.
I like another movie that I don't know if many people have seen, but it's called Flashback. Has Kiefer Sutherland, has Dennis Hopper in it, and Carol Kane plays an ex hippie in that one. It's a really good movie if you ever get a chance to check it out. Um, all right, so it looks like Children of the Corn won this round. So I guess we'll move on to the third round, which all right. You can tell I love those animations. Okay, so round three, the movies are The Atticus Institute versus The Devil's Reign. And I'll just say right off, I love The Devil's Reign.
Mhm.
But I can already tell you which one is going to be the scariest for me. So um, I'll go ahead and talk about the Atticus Institute, and then Candace can talk about Devil's Reign, which was her movie that she. I don't know what that. It's probably telling me it's going to rain or something. I think it's one of my devices, the thing going on.
It's turned
Okay.
orange outside of my house. It's really weird looking. So I'm
Well,
kind of creeped out talking about
wa-
these movies and then it looking creepy
watch
outside.
for green because they say green skies are dangerous.
It's really weird looking. And you can
Okay.
barely see me. That's okay though.
I can see you when I guess maybe the reflection from the laptop, the light from the laptop, that's helping to give you some light. But so the Atticus Institute was a movie that it's one that's come out in the last few years, and it was one that I kind of stumbled on by accident. Looks like Night of the Comet outside, Chris. um, And the Atticus Institute is, I don't know if you would call it demon possession, but it's another type of possession movie where an entity is taking over a woman's body and her mind. So, and I actually have, and the artwork for this is, to me, it's unnerving. And the poster art for this because she's got the black eyes and it's just bizarre looking. Um, it even creeps me out looking at that, even because it's just so bizarre. But and it's from the producer of The Conjuring and Annabelle. So there you go. Um, so we have what we have is the Atticus Institute is run by a group of people that are into ESP type things, studying ESP, extrasensory perception, uh, telekinesis, stuff like that. And they have for years been testing different people who have said that they have either powers of telekinesis, powers of ESP, all of those different types of um, psychic abilities, basically. So, one right after the other, either they turn out to be fakes right off the bat, or they really were interested in this one guy and they thought they had, oh, great, this guy's really got some abilities. We can get more funding for our institute. Well, somebody found a magnet underneath the table, and also some guy's watch had magnetic abilities or something on it. And so that messed up their telekinesis theory, that they were being able to move stuff with magnets. Okay. So then all of a sudden they have a woman come in. Actually, her sister brings her in, and we find out later that her sister just wants to get rid of her because she's turned into a weirdo. Um, and she just basically drops her off at the Atticus Institute and runs for the hills, takes her husband and takes her kids, and just leaves. And at first, she just seems to be a very timid, anxious, maybe depressed woman. And as Dr. Henry West and his colleagues start studying her more, she starts to do some odd things. Like they're working with her and they're asking her questions, and all of a sudden she starts beating on the table just over and over and over again. And they're saying, "Can you stop that?" And she just keeps doing it more and more. And then she'll look and smile at them and stuff like that. And her behavior gets more and more and more bizarre. Um, and there's one scene where one of the assistants is helping with a test that they're doing, and we find out that her mother just died. And we also find out that the woman was not able to get to her mother's bedside before she passed away. She got to be at the funeral, but she didn't make it to her mother's bedside before she died. And anybody that has had that happen to them, where a loved one has passed away and they've either not been able to be there because it happened suddenly, or they live too far away and they just were not able to get to the hospital in time, or whatever, that you feel guilt. Okay, so this woman was already under massive amounts of guilt. But whatever this entity is that's inside of the woman that they're studying knows things. And so they're asking her to draw a picture of something. And she draws, I believe it's a 4-leaf clover. And that turns out to be a pendant on a necklace that this woman's mother wore. And she leans over and whispers to the woman and says something to her, and the woman goes ballistic. She tries to kill the other woman. How could you say that? How could you say that? And what she has said to her was, you are something to the effect of, you weren't there for her. And that guilt just, overflowed. There were other things that happened that caused some of the assistants and some of the other researchers to drop out of the project. One guy, his nephew, walked over during a birthday party, and for whatever reason, he had found a paperclip on the floor, and he went and he stuck it in a light socket. And we're not ever told if the little boy died or what, but his uncle drops out of the project. And Dr. West, Henry West, who is the main doctor, he basically never recovered. And I think he ends up committing suicide, if I'm remembering correctly. but the whole film, from the minute the one woman shows up and her behavior gets more and more bizarre, I'm like, okay, this is just creeping me out. This is chilling. And it just gets worse and worse. I think she may even pee on the floor just like Reagan did in The Exorcist. There's a lot of different things that happen. Plus, you've also got these talking head shots of Dr. West's family, his wife talking, his children talking about what their father went through back in the 70s when this is going on. And they really did make it look like those scenes were from the 70s. So they did a really, really good job of doing this. So I don't feel like this is just another run of the mill possession film. I don't think The Exorcist is a run of the mill possession film either. Um, this one, you're talking to somebody that's watched a lot of horror movies in my time, and this is one I don't like to watch at night. This is me. This is the Evil Dead chick you're talking about that watches horror movie after horror movie after horror movie. I like to watch this one in the daylight if I watch it. And I've watched it at night and I'm literally looking at shadows, whatever sounds are going on. I'm like, what is that? So I've seen The Devil's Rain too, and The Devil's Rain is a fantastic film. The Devil's Rain deals with satanic stuff. It deals with religious mania of sorts and all of that. It's bizarre and it does get under your skin. But if I had to say which was the scariest for me between the two of these, it would be the Atticus Institute. But the Devil's Rain would definitely run a close second because there's some pretty bizarre and chilling stuff that happens in the Devil's Rain as well. But I'll let Candace go ahead and talk about the Devil's Rain. I don't know. Did you get a chance to check out the Atticus Institute?
I've never seen it. I looked at since I've seen it on your list. I kind of glanced at it to see what it was. It looks creepy. I've never seen it. It looked interesting. But personally, I've never watched it. I mean, maybe in the future, it looked like a movie that I would be interested in. It was really creepy looking though. But The Devil's Rain is probably one of my favorite horror movies, especially older classic horror movies, because not because it was like top of the line effects or anything like that. It's just the bizarrety of it all, if that's even a word. Um, it's a bizarre film because it stars people who you wouldn't really put in those kind of roles. Ernest
Right.
Borgnine, he's like this satanic priest,
Yeah.
and I love Ernest Borgnine. I grew up watching him on the Poseidon Adventure. I don't know if you've ever seen the Poseidon Adventure. I love the Poseidon
My
Adventure.
dad talks about the Poseidon Adventure a lot.
If you've never seen it, it's not a horror movie, anything like that. If you've never seen the Poseidon Adventure, I highly, highly suggest it. It's a fantastic film, and I think he actually made that like shortly after he made the Poseidon Adventure. He was kind of older, I guess, in it. But I grew up watching Ernest Borgnine. My dad liked Ernest Borgnine,
Mhm.
and seeing him as that role as that satanic priest was really odd, and I'm not going to go into detail about the film. If you want to watch it, you can watch it because we got a lot to get through and stuff. So I didn't want to take up too much time. So if you want to watch it, I highly suggest it. Dana likes
Oh,
it. She says she suggests it. Go watch it.
mhm.
Um, but William Shatner, you got William Shatner, you got Ernest Borgnine, you got Eddie Albert, somebody who grew up watching Eddie Albert. He's this light-hearted, family, friendly type actor who, showed up in these, movies that you've seen back in the 50s, 60s,
Yeah.
whatever. And he's in it. Um, what's his name? Tom Skerritt's in it. And
There's a
Tom
lot of
Faye,
people. Yeah.
even in Tom LaVey. He's the high priest of the Satanic Church.
Yes, he is.
You're gonna get listen, this is what you're gonna get when you go watch The Devil's Reign. You're gonna get Ernest, like I said, Ernest Borgnine as a satanic priest. You're gonna get face melting off. Just get to
Uh,
see the scene of somebody melting, their skin melting off. You're gonna see Alice cult members in
mm,
a ghost town. It's what but more do you want? The thing is, and I know people saying, well, that sounds comical to an extent. Why is this on your scariest movies? Because when I watched The Devil's Reign for the first time, especially seeing these people who you didn't kind of, it's kind of like from Rosemary's Baby. At the end, you'll see people who were in the Andy Griffith Show, as
yeah,
part of a satanic cult, and it shocks you.
yes,
It
it does.
shocks your system when you're not used to seeing that. So listen, like I said, I'm not going to give The Devil's Reign away. That's a movie that you really should go into just blindly. And I'm not saying that to be funny because there's basically Alice people in it, but
Right.
go watch it. You don't need anybody to explain this one to you because you're going to go in it and you're going to be like, what the hell did I just watch? But in a good way, I think.
Right.
Um, if you like William Shatner, it's one of his more. I mean, I'm not saying that it's the best acting in the world, but it's a good movie. It's one of those movies like and the look at the art. You go look at the art for The Devil's Reign and stuff like that. It's really wild. So I suggest The Devil's Reign, but like I said, you might be thinking, why'd you put that on there? Because whenever I first seen The Devil's Reign, like I said, seeing these people
Hmm.
in these roles was wild to me. And then, Anton LaVey, anybody knows who Anton LaVey is if you've ever delved into the world of the Satanic Church and all that stuff. He's actually in it. And I think speaking of Rosemary's Baby, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, Dana, you may know, he had something to do with that as
Basically,
well, right?
he was basically a technical advisor on Rosemary's Baby,
Yeah,
and when she's getting assaulted by the devil, and she thinks it's her husband
yeah,
doing it. The eyes that they show are
yeah.
Anton LaVey's eyes.
And he is creepy looking. So,
Yeah.
you to me, because I learned about him very early on in my, curiosities or whatever of learning about stuff like that. And, I was very interested in that stuff. And I was never satanic or anything. And if you are, that's you. I'm not putting it down or anything like that. But I'm just saying, when I discovered who he was,
Yeah.
and it's coming a huge thunderstorm as I'm talking about him. So
Oh gosh.
when I when I learned who he was, just seeing him for the first time, he kind of put you in mind of what you would think the devil would look like. You know, very
Well,
sharp eyed. You know,
yeah.
little goatee and stuff like. So he's in that movie, which makes it even more, you know, kind of bizarre, I guess.
Hmm.
So out of the two, I can't really make a choice because I've never seen the other, so I'll have to choose The Devil's Reign.
Okay.
But if you've never seen it, I think that you will be pleasantly surprised. So give them both a watch. If you like, I'm gonna try to watch the one that Dana just talked about because it seemed interesting.
Hmm.
Because, like I said, I did kind of look into it, and I was like, oh wow, and it
It does.
actually
It
it
does
rem-
have to do with possession, though.
well,
That's
I've
all I'm gonna
seen,
lie
I've
to
seen,
you.
I've seen it. I read on it and stuff like that. It reminded me of a movie though, and I cannot remember what it was. But when I was reading about it and looking at it was a because like you said, like she's like it's like in her mind or whatever. There was a movie I watched probably a few years ago, and I cannot remember for the life of me what it was. Was kind of like that.
Uh-huh.
She was, but it was this woman who she stayed in the dark
Hmm.
and she had like something in her mind. She was possessed, but it was by another girl, like her twin sister or something, that was in a mental institution. And I don't know why, but for some reason that brought that back. And I cannot remember the name of that film.
Yeah, that sounds very familiar, and I can't
Like
place it.
if like if she went into not like if like she had a little boy or whatever, and if the little boy went into the dark, that's whenever he would start seeing and hearing whatever was in his mom's mind. like
Mhm.
that figure or whatever. So
Right.
when I've seen that, I said that kind of reminds me of that movie. Probably nothing at all I like, but I get reminded of things by other
Right.
things sometimes. But yeah, that's all I'm gonna say on that. But I think you'll be pleasantly surprised with either one of them. I'm sure you'll like
Oh,
them if
yeah,
you've
I
never seen
think
them.
both. I feel like both of the films are worthy of it, and I just wanted to bring up another movie. Um, since Candace mentioned The Devil's Rain, if you have not seen Race Against the Devil
Oh yeah,
with Peter Fonda and is it Warren Oates that's in that with Peter Fonda?
I can't remember.
I want to say it's Warren Oates, but
Chris's dad really likes that movie.
that movie is fantastic. And that final scene, I'm not going to give away the final scene in case you've never seen Race Against the Devil, but that is a chilling scene. It's one scene that gets under my skin. The whole movie's great, but that one scene, you got to watch it for that one scene alone. Um, and in that movie, you see people that you wouldn't normally think of as like, these aren't satanic people, they've been in, funny stuff or, sitcoms or whatever.
Yeah.
It's really bizarre. And something else that has Ernest Borgnine in it, where he's kind of in the middle of religious mania, is Deadly Blessing. Wes Craven's
Hmm.
Deadly Blessing.
You're right.
Uh,
Yeah.
a Race Against the Devil or Race with the Devil? Why am I thinking it's Race Against the
I think
Devil?
it's Race with the Devil.
Maybe it is. We're getting it all. Oh, I have a double
I can
feature.
look it up and see.
Um,
I think it's right.
Dirty Mary, Crazy Larry. I think is because that has Peter Fonda on it too.
Hmm.
Steve, I think got that.
Race
Ra-
with the Devil.
Yeah, race with the devil. Warren Oates, Loretta Swit. That's right. Laura Parker. They're all in that. Great movie. Uh, but anyway, so if I'll give it a few seconds more, and then we'll move on to round four. Um, and we really need a tiebreaker though, because I was Atticus Institute and Candace was Devil's Reign. So, if Chris, if you can jump in there, put your 2 cents in there, or anybody else, help us break our tie here. Uh, Anybody? I'm going to start going. Bueller, Devil's Reign, Chris. All right.
Anybody for Atticus Institute? Then we'd have to have
Just
another
sad. I
tiebreaker.
would put my sad face on. No, I'm just kidding. I like that we're having like everybody isn't all just going towards one movie or the other. It's the poet says Devil's Reign too. So all right, I will say officially that the Devil's Reign. You've never seen the Atticus Institute? You need to watch it, Chris. I think you would like it. I think you and Candace actually would both like it. And I need to rewatch The Devil's Reign because I do like that movie. All right. So we ready? We ready for Freddie here? Let's see. Robert England would be proud, wouldn't he? So, showing so much Freddie. Gosh, a lot of people have never seen. PJ's never seen Atticus Institute. Chris hasn't.
Well, you're bringing it to the public,
Yeah,
Dana.
there we go. All right. So for round four, um, The Conjuring versus Annabelle Creation, which they're all part of it's
Yeah.
Annabelle for the Conjuring universe. So these are kind of similar things.
And The Conjuring would have been on my list too, but that's one of them ones that me
That
and
was
Dana
one
kind of.
that we intertwined with. Do a watch along for Atticus Institute.
Yeah, there
Well,
you go.
if y'all would like to see that, I can make that a reality. I don't have a hey Batman. Batman's already saying the comments. But I'm gonna let Candace go first because I went first last time, and so she can talk about Annabelle creation.
Well, I like Annabelle Creation more than I even like, Annabelle. I don't know. There was something about it that really creeped me out. Again, I'm not going to go into real big detail with it or anything like that. If you like it, or you want to watch it, you never seen it, give it a watch. It basically gives a rundown of the what do you call it, the origin story of
Mm,
Annabelle, the doll, which I didn't realize when Annabelle first came out and stuff like that. I didn't realize that it was actually a Raggedy Ann doll until I kind of got reading about it and stuff, and that really turned me against my Raggedy Ann dolls. So I had to get rid of them. I didn't want them anymore. But I was scared when I watched Annabelle. But when I watched Annabelle Creations, it had much more. I really like origin stories if they're done well. To
right.
me, it's done well. It basically, follows the story of this man and woman. He's a doll maker. He makes, these limited dolls. Annabelle is one of them. They have a little girl, um, and they lose her. There's a tragic accident where she gets, killed
Mm,
by accident, and it just follows their story, and then it kind of goes down the line a little bit, and there's some orphans who is with a like a Catholic orphanage, um, and a sister is along with them, and they're taken in by this couple who had lost their daughter years ago, and there was a little game that the little girl would play with her dad, and it was a game where she would write on little strips of paper, "Find me," and she would leave it, around where her dad could get it, and he would pick up the pieces of paper and kind of follow the trail until he found her. And that was something that whenever the happenings are all started happening, whenever this orphanage came, to stay in that house with this couple, that was one of the things. Oh, we've lost Dana. That was one of the things that you kind of see recreated by this um, entity in this house. I don't know what's happened today. Hopefully, we'll get her back here soon. But like I said, I'm not going to go into detail about it. But I just really thought, "Are you all
sorry,
right, Dana?"
the StreamYard kicked me out. I don't know why.
I said, "Oh no, we've lost Dana." I was hoping that wouldn't big storm like we get,
No,
Uh,
it's quiet out there. It just StreamYard just was acting wonky.
But like I said, I'm not going to go into detail about it. If you want to watch it, I don't. In case somebody's never seen it, I don't want to give too much away because it's really something that you need to watch. But there's a few scenes that really, really, I don't know, kind of unnerved me. It's a lot of jump scares. So that's one of the reason why I like the Conjuring films and the Nun and the Annabelle films. There's a lot of jump scares in it, and that's something that really, even though you've seen it several times, it still gets you. And the possession of one of the orphans, who had, I guess she had contracted polio, and she was the one that kind of, she had to wear the leg braces and stuff like that. And she gets possessed in the film.
Mm,
I probably shouldn't have gave that away because that's probably a spoiler. Sorry, but anyway,
uh,
seeing see her get overtaken by something like that, um, it's you kind of rooted for her because she was kind of like an underdog anyway, and then seeing her get possessed or whatever, and um, getting taken over by this just evil entity, and it was brutal. I mean, those films, I don't know. It's just the brutality of those films,
mhm.
and you really see that in this film in the origin. So I don't know. I really like that film. I think it was made well. Like I said, I like origin stories if they're made well. To
Right.
me, it's a really well made film. But I'll go ahead and talk about the Conjuring a little bit. That way, that give my points of what I like. That way, that you can go ahead and tell what you want. But I've seen the Conjuring. I love the Conjuring. I think it is absolutely hands down freaky as all get out. I remember
Mhm.
watching that film when it first came out. I can't remember if we watched it in the theater or if we watched it at the drive-in. That's one of those films I can't remember. Chris will probably have to, you
Me and
know,
Steve watched in the theater. I'll talk a little bit about
it,
that here in a
it,
second.
it probably was the theater. I can't remember, but I remember, Dana, and I won't go, I'll let you talk about it and stuff. But I remember sitting there during some of these scenes because it deals with possession. It's hard for me to watch those movies sometimes. They really get to me. And I was so tense that I thought I was gonna throw up. I mean, that's how, like, scared I was watching this. So yeah, it's one of those movies. It's a good movie. I'm telling you, it's really it's talk about scary movies. This is up there for me. The
Yeah.
Conjuring, up there for me. And then I'll tell you which one I'll pick out of the two when we get to that part.
Okay. So I'll be totally honest. I know what the Annabelle films are about, but I've never seen a one of them. Um, but I still The Conjuring for me is going to be my pick for the scariest between these because, like, I don't know if it's because I seen it in the theater. People that watched it at home only may not have the same. It may not have the same effect on them, maybe on the smaller screen. But me and Steve went to the movies because we wanted to go to the movies, and word had gotten around that this was one that you wanted to see in a theater with people around you. Now we did have this. I'm not against kids per se, but there was an annoying kid that was sitting by me and Steve.
Oh no.
It should not have been in there. He was really not old enough to be in there for that movie, and he kept asking his mom stuff. And Steve was sitting by him, and Steve was getting irritated. And so I finally said, Steve, why don't we just switch seats? I kind of leaned over and I said, let's just switch seats. And so then the kid was annoying me a little bit, but not as much as Steve. But other than that, the theater experience was fantastic because you would watch these, I was watching the movie, but you couldn't help but notice when, and these weren't just jump scares, these were very effective scares. You would watch the audience popping
Yeah.
up and down in
Yeah.
their seats. And it was startling people. And Steve was one of them. And not only was he hopping out of his chair, he was yelling. And when Steve yells during a movie, it's like it's getting to him.
Yeah.
And Steve doesn't do that very often. But he was like, ah, ah, we're sitting in the middle of a theater full of people, but everybody else was yelling and carrying on too. It was very, um, it was almost like
Interactive.
it was very interactive, and it was like it was catching amongst
Yeah.
people. You just see people just bouncing up and down in the rows of people. You do not see that in every
No.
horror movie you go to see. But this one really, I could tell it got to people. And it got to me. And if I'm remembering right, we saw this one at night, and we may have saw it opening night. If we
Mm.
didn't see it opening night, we saw it the second night. It was shown at the theater. And I was just like, wow. This movie is very, very well made. It's effective.
Yeah.
These people knew what they were doing. And, as a side point, I know a lot of people say the stuff with the Warrens, Ed and Lorraine Warren was a bunch of BS. And they think that they were, just wanting money and stuff like that. I don't feel that way about the Warrens.
What's fun in thinking that, even if they were, what's the fun in it?
Yeah,
I don't want to
yeah,
think of it.
exactly. Exactly, Candace. That's a very good point. I mean, where does that get you in the grand scheme of things? Can't you just watch the movie and enjoy it for what it
Yeah.
is? Um, and Steve was like that with the first one. He went in there. We both went in there pretty blind and watching it. We tried to, stay away from any, spoilers or anything about the movie. So we basically went in there blind and we had a good time being scared,
Yeah.
you know? And
Very well made movie.
yeah. But then when the other Conjuring movies came out, Steve started. The Warrens weren't even there. Blah, 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 blah." I said, Steve, why in the world do you got to jump on that bandwagon? The Warren hate bandwagon that got started sometime after the first Conjuring movie came out. And I'm like, what does it matter? These are very good movies, regardless of what you think about the Warrens, right? So I would say if you've never seen The Conjuring, don't listen to any chatter about the Warrens. Just go in there and say, I'm going to watch a well made, effective horror film. Or just, I'm going to go in here and have a good time. I'm not going to
Yeah.
think about the backstory behind the Warrens or anything else related to these. I'm just going to go watch a horror film. That's the best way to watch this movie. In fact, it's the best way to watch any horror movie
Yeah.
if you're going to go watch one. Um, so, yeah, for me, it's The Conjuring all the way. I'm not saying that the Annabelle movies were bad. Uh, I'm just saying that the Conjuring movies, in particular, this first one, um, really had some things that got under my skin. And when they
Mm.
get under my skin and they stay there long after the movie's over, that's a movie that's going to stick with me for some time to come. And
Yeah.
it's going to be whenever I make a list of what are these scary movies, these horror movies that really affected me. And I don't mean affected like mentally that I had to go see a psychiatrist after. I'm just saying they affected me on a smaller level than that. But they stuck with me, and The Conjuring still sticks with me.
Yeah.
Certain things about that movie, just like with The Exorcist, still stick with me even now. And it probably will stick with me for 20, 25 more years if I'm still, here, or 30 years or whatever. Um, was that lightning? I saw
Yeah.
something flashed on the wall behind you.
Oh yeah.
Um, but so it's going to be The Conjuring with me, and I've been marking down the people that said The Conjuring. So Candace, was your pick going to be The Conjuring, or was it going
Well,
to be the
I actually had started back at the beginning of the month watching all the films in order.
right?
The Conjuring films, the Nun films, the Annabelle films, all of those in order. And I got to the Conjuring and started it, and I was like, "Nope, I'm not ready for this." So I'm stuck at it because it is one of those films that I mentally had to prepare for. It's
Yeah.
very, very, to me, it's very. I love it. I think it's wonderful. I think it's made to do exactly what it's supposed to do. It's made to scare the bejesus out of you.
Hmm.
The story, like the real story of the Conjuring and stuff, is. I don't know if you've delved into that or not, Dana.
Some,
But
yeah.
it's really freaky, and just knowing that this stuff could be true, could
Mhm.
be something that really happened to people if you believe in stuff like that, and I do, and I believe
Okay.
that stuff is that did happen. So, out of the two, I really like the Annabelle creations. I thought it was a really freaky film, but The Conjuring definitely, yeah,
Okay. So we have six, including me and Candace, for The Conjuring. Uh, in a few seconds here, I know I'm only giving y'all a few seconds, but we got a lot of rounds to cover, gang. So, and I don't want I don't want the storm to take Candace out. I thought that's what had happened because Candace froze up on my end, but no, it kicked
Oh,
me out of the
well, he
screen.
wouldn't let me in earlier.
Yeah, so it's acting wonky on both sides, I think. Um, but I'll read some of these. Uh, TJ said Annabelle got Dana. Whenever yeah, it could have been. Um, TJ says Annabelle Creation is the best Annabelle movie, but not as disturbing as The Conjuring.
I agree with that.
Um, Chris says Conjuring 100%. I'm not a fan of Annabelle Creation.
He
Chris.
doesn't like it. I don't know why. I think it's a really good movie.
Um, TJ said huge plot point, Candace. I think when you were talking about
Oh, sorry.
yeah,
And I didn't know Dana hadn't seen them.
well, that's okay. I mean, I know what enough about
Obvious though, once you start watching it though.
right.
I shouldn't have said that though.
Um, Batman says I only seen the first Annabelle, and I'm good after that. The others I can get info from story recaps. He says just like TCM 2003 and the Paranormal Activity trailers. Uh, Chris says Garth Brooks is a foot, thunder rolling outside.
Oh gosh.
Somebody's going to start singing the thunder.
Shh, please don't.
Oh, and Batman says when Mom and I moved into our apartment, The Conjuring was one of the movies I revisit while waiting for the internet to come in the next month. All right, so The Conjuring one round 4, gang. All right, so I got to bring Freddie back because when it kicked me out, it took Freddie out. So permit me to get Freddie back here, y'all. There we go. Welcome back, Freddie. All right. So round 5 is the taking of Deborah Logan versus the Amityville Horror. And this is the original Amityville Horror, according to what Candace told me. It's the original Amityville Horror. Um, so I guess, did I go first last time, Candace?
I can't remember.
Do you want to go
It
next?
doesn't. If you'd like for me to, you say it was an Amityville Horror.
Yeah, it's Taking of Deborah Logan versus the Amityville Horror, and I know the Amityville Horror was your pick.
Well, the Amityville Horror, that's just one of those classic films. That book alone, like that was one of the first books that I had ever read that absolutely terrified me. I remember sitting and reading it, and I know it's different the book and the movie, whatever.
Right.
But I remember reading that in study hall in high school, and I got so into it. You get into a good book, and you just everything disappears around you. And I remember my friend coming up to me and putting her hand on my shoulder, I guess, to tell me something, and I
Oh my
screamed out
God.
loud.
Yeah, that book
It,
will do that to you. I
I
read the
could,
book too.
I could not put it down. I was so entranced by it, with the whole Ronald DeFeo case and
Yeah.
just all the stuff. I really delved into all that stuff. I really got, um, I got really enamored, like with the Lutzes and just everything that had happened. And the movie I had actually already seen. I had watched the movie way before I'd ever read the book. But just after reading the book, really intensified, that fear that I had surrounding that. And like I said, I'm not going to go into great detail about it. I mean, if you want to learn about it, if you've never seen it, majority of people seen Amityville Horror. Now, I will say that I did go to the movies and watch the remake, the one with what's his name, Ryan Ryan
Ryan
Reynolds.
Reynolds. Yeah.
Ryan Reynolds. I went and watched it with my brother and my cousin, and that one I really liked the way they went. Went kind of away from what the story was, and it surrounded some kind of like a Indian burial ground, maybe, or like something like that. I really liked the way they went with that. I thought that was really spooky, but nothing compares to the original, the original film.
Right.
Just thinking about what happened. This is something that really happened. Ronald DeFeo was a real person.
Mm-hmm.
He was a real person who murdered his family while they slept. And the Lutzes were real people who bought this home and moved into this murder house. Just the thought of that is creepy. Whenever you move into a home, at least for me, and I've moved some, throughout my life, I always, in the back of my mind, because a lot of the homes that I would move into were older homes, and I would
Mm,
always think, did something happen here? Did somebody die here?
yeah.
And come to find out, when I was younger, we were displaced because our home had been destroyed by a mudslide, and we were displaced, and we had to find a place to live. And we found a place where a lady had lived who had gotten murdered. She didn't get murdered in the home, but she got murdered right down the road where she worked at a laundromat. And that was something really creepy in that house. I seen a lot of stuff in that house. There was something in that house. It was right by the funeral home. There were old hearse from like the 70s in our backyard. They were, they told us that they had used the house as a place to embalm people back in the earlier days. The funeral home had, so that just in itself was creepy. And
Right.
it was right around that time that I was reading that book. So the Amityville Horror to me is always going to be one of those stories that creep me out. It's going to be really, really, and in the movie, just the scene where the priest is going in, and you hear this, get out,
Yeah.
just that, and then the flies in the window, and it's just a really creepy film. It's a creepy book. It's a creepy story,
Mm,
um, and it's really, for me, hard to beat because it I was so, I guess, I don't know, not enamored by the story or anything like that, but I kind of, wasn't obsessed with it, but I was really interested in it. Really, I mean, you've probably been there, Dana, where you've been really just
yeah.
invested in something, that something was so wrong, so creepy, so weird, that like The Exorcist, like the story, like the true story with that, or The Conjuring, or anything like that. This stuff scares us, but we can't look away.
And
You know,
you just keep wanting to dig and find more information. And when
hmm
the internet got big and everybody was getting into the internet in their house, that's exactly the kind of
yeah,
stuff that I started digging into and finding these websites. And Ed and Lorraine Warren had their website, and I was just like, wow, this is
yeah,
just opened up a whole new world for me.
yeah, yeah, and it does. And one, if you kind of see a pattern with me, with my choices that I pick, a lot of them, they all have to do with like the supernatural
Hmm.
in one way or another. That stuff scares me the most.
Yeah.
That is my favorite genre of horror.
Hmm.
Um, that's what I like. Some people like slashers, this and that. Me, I'm on the supernatural. That stuff
Hmm.
is really what takes me, because being someone who is grown up experiencing things, it's real to me. It's something that is scary. It's what scares me the most.
Right.
So Deborah Logan, I've never seen it, but I've seen um, clips of it, and Chris has talked about it and stuff. And I've seen
Yeah.
clips. What I've seen, and that
Yeah.
famous scene, I'm not going to say what it is, but you might talk about it. I was like, "What the heck?"
Yeah.
It's just one that I've
Exactly.
kind of been too chicken crap to watch. Like, I've always wanted to watch it. And I actually, not long ago, I had actually sit down. I was going to watch it, and I
Uh,
was like, I'm by myself. I don't know what I don't know if I want to watch this by myself or not. So,
yeah.
it's one I plan to watch because it looks really freaking creepy. But
Yes.
I'll turn it over to you. I've talked enough.
Oh no, you did fine, Candace. The taking of Deborah Logan was another one that I guess I can credit Steve with introducing me to it, because this is another one we both went into it blindly. And why on earth Steve ended up falling asleep during it that first night when we were watching, I don't know. How can you fall asleep during this movie? But before he fell asleep, he was yelling about this movie just like he did with The Conjuring. And then I looked over at him a little because he got quiet, and I got a little concerned. I looked over because I was like, a lot of stuff's happening here, Steve. What's with you? Was yeah, you know, I'm like, I don't know. I really don't know how you can do that. But um, TJ makes a good point, and I want to read off what he put. He says Deborah Logan has an edge over Amityville Horror just because dementia in and of itself is so real and can happen to anyone, not just when you get to be 70 or 80. And that makes a very valid point, because at the core of the taking of Deborah Logan is a group of college students who the main girl is, I think she's wanting to do a thesis on dementia. So they have gotten invited by Deborah's daughter to come because they're desperate for money. Deborah's about to lose her house that they have lived in for ever and ever and ever. And her daughter's like, Mom, we've got to pay the bills. How are we going to pay the bills? How are we going to do the upkeep on this big house if we don't do something? So these college students show up with all their film equipment and stuff, and Deborah starts having second thoughts about them filming her, about them following her around in her day to day activities and all that stuff. And she all of a sudden says, I can't do this. So her daughter takes her aside and talks to her and says, again, Mom, we need the money. And so she agrees once again to let them come inside her home, to interview her, to watch her in day to day tasks, to go with her to doctor's appointments and things like that. They think they're studying dementia. They think they're studying a woman's descent, not into madness, but into this kind of strange mid realm that people go into when they're suffering from dementia. And my granny suffered from dementia before she passed away. And she was in her 90s when she passed away and was in a nursing home. But I saw the heartbreaking effects of dementia firsthand, as I would imagine a lot of you out there have, maybe not from grandparents, but from other loved ones you were close to, or people that you had befriended. And TJ's right, it can affect people that are younger than 70s and 80s and beyond. There's early onset dementia or early onset Alzheimer's. Um, and that's always a scary thing to me. Every time I start forgetting stuff, I'm like, oh my gosh, early onset of dementia or something. I just can't help but think that. So dementia is it's a very real thing. I don't know how much of the population it affects. I don't have statistics on me, but it is a real disease that takes its toll not only on the patient, but for caregivers, the family members. And so when this movie starts taking a rather bizarre turn, and it turns from something about dementia to possession, again, this is one of those possession films where this poor woman is taken over by an entity that was accused of killing some children in her past. And folks, I ain't even gonna lie to you. There are some bizarre things that take place in this film. From this older woman sitting naked. This was a brave actress, very brave actress.
I've seen that part you're talking about.
Yeah, she is literally stark stripped naked. It doesn't show a lot, but the actress had to take her clothes off and do this, and I think that's very bold and very brave, even
Yeah.
at the age she was. She wasn't showing full frontal nudity, but still, this is very brave. And she was a switchboard operator in the old days of, you take the calls and you stick the little connector thing in the, I don't know what, y'all would just have to look up a switchboard if you don't know what that is. But in the days before we had phone lines and stuff like we do now, right? That's why there were party lines and all kinds of stuff like that. Um, but she is literally just going like this and like talking to herself in this weird voice, and she's just very manic about punching these cords into the switchboard. Um, there's a scene where she's just kind of wandering around the house. They've got cameras all over the house. They see her get up out of bed, and they're following her around, and they're like, "Deborah, are you okay? Are you okay?" And she turns around and she just lets out a scream and rips the skin right off of her throat. They end up having to take her to the hospital. So everything gets even more bizarre when Deborah is put into the hospital. She leaves her room. She goes up on the children's ward. There's a girl with cancer. And she takes the girl and she eventually leaves the hospital with this girl. And there is a scene where Deborah literally, her mouth, her head becomes like a snake head and it goes over top of this girl's head.
Yeah, that's the scene that I seen, and it's freaky.
Yeah, it was very freaky, but
It's like in a cave or whatever, isn't it?
yes, and by then you have seen stuff that you're still reeling from. All the
That's
bizarre stuff that
watch it
happened.
alone.
Yeah,
'Cause, I
no,
mean, I don't wanna see this stuff for myself, so
it's very chilling. It's very bizarre. Am I telling you not to watch it? No. If you haven't seen it and you think you can handle it, folks, I urge you to watch The Taking of Deborah Logan.
that
And
was an older lady who played that too, so
yeah,
I wonder.
I'm trying to she played Opal on was it not One Life to Live, All My Children. She played
Really?
Opal on All My Children. I'm pretty
She
sure.
was on one of the daytime shows?
Mhm.
Hmm.
That's why I found it
Well,
so like it was just like these people in these sitcoms and stuff, and then they're in a horror movie. I was like, oh
I'll
wow.
have to look that up and see if I reckon, 'cause I was raised on those.
Jill Larson, thank you, TJ. I was
Yeah, I've
thinking
heard that name before.
of and Chris says again, Candace hasn't seen the movie. LOL.
What's he saying that for? I don't care.
Well, maybe she'll see it, later on. But people were really chatting it up in here. I'm gonna see. Let's see.
I don't see anything, so I don't know what anybody.
So Batman was talking about where Deborah Logan eats that child whole like a snake. I'm not going to give away towards the ending either, but there's something really freaky that happens at the end of the film, but I don't want to give it away for those of you that haven't seen it. Okay. Um, Chris says that's why Nightmare on Elm Street is great. It's a slasher and supernatural. You're right about that, Chris. Chris says Steve must have had some good gummies that night.
Oh, when he fell asleep.
When we started watching The Taking of Deborah Logan and
Oh.
he was asleep.
Ah.
Yeah, Chris says, just don't give too much of the movie away, Dana. Candace hasn't seen it.
Oh,
No,
you ain't
I
gave too
won't do
much
that
away.
to you. Um, Phil says only watch the original Amityville horror. The poet says, whatever you do, get out of the house. Phil says, you go, Steve. Are you talking about the gummies, Phil? About him eating the gummies? I don't think he had any gummies that night, to be totally
He's just
honest.
really tired.
He just must have been really sleepy. So, as much as I love the Amityville horror, and I do think the Amityville horror is very scary and unsettling, had I not seen The Taking of Deborah Logan at this point, I would definitely say hands down Amityville horror. But because I have seen The Taking of Deborah Logan, my bets are going to have to be on The Taking of Deborah Logan.
Well, I'm sure it's a really freaky movie, and if I watch it, I may change my mind. I don't know, but I'll have to go with Amityville Horror. I mean, because it's what I've seen, but also because it was such a terrifying movie to me. I guess.
Hmm. So I've been trying to. Oh, and X-ray, I want to read your comment. Uh, Sorry, I missed that. He said he had the opposite reaction to Amityville Horror, the novel. Thought it was horribly written. Movie was better. Had James Brolin's epic beard. Kind of gives Dana vapors. Well, I love James Brolin, but nah, his beard didn't give me vapors though. X-ray, but. Um,
My gosh.
Batman, I'm assuming you say Deborah Logan's the scariest for you. Um, and I'm guessing that TJ was for Deborah Logan because y'all tell me if I'm wrong on that because I've got tally marks. Um, Phil says, isn't there like 100 different Amityville movies? Yeah, it feels
Oh
like it,
god, yeah.
Phil.
And some of them's really bad. Is there one called like Amityville Dollhouse or something like
Yeah,
that?
yeah.
Some of them's really bad,
Some of
really
them
really
are
bad.
really ridiculous, really ridiculous. Batman said she was also in Shutter Island talking about Jill Larson.
That's a good movie with Leo DiCaprio.
Yeah,
That's a good
Shutter
movie.
Island is good. And I'd forgotten about Jill Larson being in that, so thank you for reminding me of that.
Okay, okay. Yeah, that was a good movie. I went to movies and watched it.
I don't think I went to the movies, but I do remember seeing it, and I really, really liked it. TJ says the percentage is low on how many movies brought up here you both saw so far.
Well, but it's our own personal list, so I guess that's the reason why.
Chris says Amityville Horror is a classic, but as far as scarier, got to go with Deborah Logan. All right, so another one for Deborah Logan.
Deborah Logan must be horrifying if it beats the Amityville. I'm glad I didn't watch it by myself.
Yeah, I don't think you want to watch it by yourself, Candace. Watch it with Chris or some, maybe you can
Okay.
get your mom to watch it with you.
I doubt that. I
Or
forced her in to watch all these, like, The Nun and stuff like that, and the whole time she was like, "Oh gosh." So she doesn't like stuff.
you tortured your mom. If CJ might watch it with you.
Yeah, he will, if he's not already seen it, but he'll probably watch it again.
Um, you might want to have Chris and CJ watch it with you. I'm not kidding, Candace. I'm serious as a heart attack about that. Um, let's see. Chris says there's an Amityville toilet. Pretty sure
Oh gosh.
there probably is. Um, pardon me, Amityville death toilet. Oh man. TJ says Crater, some dude got rights to the name or something. So there's 30 shot on a cell phone, Amityville's. I reckon.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh, Lord help us all. But okay, so it's 4 for Taking of Deborah Logan, and then Candace has got 1 for Amityville Horror. So give you a few seconds more, folks. So if you haven't, said, and then all right, I'm gonna declare a winner of this round. The Taking of Deborah Logan. Now Candace has to watch it.
Yeah. Well, I've always wanted to watch it. I've seen, like, I would look into it and like watch little scenes and stuff, but I just been too big of a chicken, to
All right. So we're to round 6. So we'll bring Freddie back. Well, maybe. Yeah. I kind of like. It's kind of growing on me that he brings up that metal box. I don't know.
we got to make a story of what's in that box. It's
Yeah.
kind of like the pinhead little black box.
He's got somebody's eyeballs in there. I don't know.
It's got thing in there. He opens it up and
Thing,
thing. He's
yeah,
walking around.
that would be. And Thing has got little pieces of paper with the movie titles.
Yeah, I got they're co-hosts.
Yeah, there we go. Um, so round 6, the movies are Black Christmas. This is the original Black Christmas, folks, versus Darkness Falls. Which, TJ, in my defense, some of these movies I've seen, but I didn't get a chance to rewatch them. It's not that I never watched them. The Annabelle movies, no, I have not watched those.
Yeah, and
Um,
what it I don't know. Wasn't around when you explained what it was or anything like that. What it is what I think is the most terrifying movies of all time, and what Dana think is the most. So some I'm not going to see that she's put on there, but some she already put on there that was on mine.
yes,
So
I did.
there was no use in me putting the same thing on there. So
Chris says, I can remember asking Candace to watch Deborah Logan with me. Hey, want to watch this movie? Candace, hell to the no.
now, Chris, that probably
Did she
was
really
me.
say that, Chris?
It probably was.
All right. All right. So I'll talk a little bit about Black Christmas, and then I'll let and I hate to go away when Candace starts talking about Darkness Falls. But I'm gonna have to go to the restroom because I just drank one whole sour gummy worm energy drink. So she absolutely did, Chris. And Batman says that's a tough one, a Christmas killer or a deadly tooth fairy. Yeah, why not? So Black Christmas works on a lot of the same levels for me anyway that When a Stranger Calls does. Because again, you have a deadly killer who is calling these sorority sisters from the upstairs. He's actually in the attic. We only know him as Billy. And what I like, I wasn't going to go into big detail about the remake. I don't hate the remake like I used to. Now that newer thing that came out, I do hate that one. But I don't hate the newer Black Christmas like from 2006 like I used to. I used to think it was just awful. But I don't think you need an explicit backstory for the Billy character. In fact, I think it works better in Bob Clark's original classic, or classic in my case, because you don't really know who is Billy, who is Agnes that he keeps talking about and screaming about, other than you assume it's his sister, right? Um, but the the edge that Black Christmas has that When a Stranger Calls it doesn't have is the more the phone calls come into the sorority house, the more bizarre they get and the more unnerving they get. Because at first they start out like obscene phone calls. I'm not going to go into descriptive stuff, but the guy's basically saying what he wants to do with his penis to these sorority girls. And then it turns into him screaming. It sounds like multiple people screaming. Um, you have the Billy character screaming at the top of his lungs, talking like a little child, or um, baby's all right, mommy. And just it's just completely bizarre, and it's something that gets under your skin and it stays there. And in fact, the poster for this film had the right idea. It says, if this one doesn't make your skin crawl, it's on too tight. And I think that that is exactly the tagline that they needed for this movie. Plus, you've got the shot of the sorority sister who's killed early on and has the plastic bag put over her head. Spends the rest of the movie up in the attic in a rocking chair with the cat sitting in her lap, basically. Um, so the whole thing about the killer being in the house with the sorority sisters, them not knowing it. Um, Another shot that really unnerves me is when Olivia Hussey's character of Jess goes, she starts to go upstairs, even after the cop has called her and say, "Don't go upstairs, Jess. The caller is in the house. The killer is in the house with you. Go out the front door, leave." She's like, "Well, I can't leave a Barb and Phil. They're my friends. I can't, they're upstairs. I got to go get them." So she screams for them. Nobody answers because we, as viewers of the film, know, well, Barb and Phil are already dead, right? So she goes upstairs and she sees Billy's eye through a crack in the door. And he says, "Agnes, it's me, Billy," which sounds very simple, but you've got that one shot of just one eye. And then she screams and tries to run away. And you see a hand shoot out and grab Jess from the back of the head and pull her backwards. And you're like, "Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, he's gonna get her, he's gonna kill her." It's that close. So Bob Clark filmed this really, really well. And Bob Clark knew what he was doing with this. And I also like the way he left it open ended. And I'm not going to give it all away. You would just have to watch it to see what I mean by open ended. Because I don't know if Bob Clark was seriously thinking about making a sequel to Black Christmas. I mean, him and John Carpenter, everybody probably knows the story about people say that John Carpenter ripped off Bob Clark because John Carpenter talked to Bob Clark after Black Christmas came out and he said, "If you were going to make a sequel, what would you do with it?" And Bob Clark told him, he said, "I would have Billy put in an asylum and be caught, put in an asylum. He breaks out a year later or something and comes back on Halloween and starts menacing another bunch of sorority sisters." And people think, aha, well, John Carpenter got the idea for Halloween from that. He may very well could have got a kernel of an idea, but even Bob Clark says, "Nah, he didn't rip me off." You know. Chris says, "I'm biased on this one. Black Christmas is one of the best slashers ever made." And Chris, on that note, I would have to agree with you, which is why my tally is going to go with Black Christmas, just because this film is just one unnerving ball of horror, I guess. And it just builds and builds and builds and builds until you just can't stand it anymore. You're just about ready to scream. By the time that Billy makes his ultimate appearance and he's chasing Jess around and, he's putting all his weight against the door and she's went down in the cellar and he's just and you just think, oh God, he's going to get in there and he's going to get her. It is just it builds pressure upon. It's like being in a pressure cooker is what it's like. um TJ says Carpenter says that interaction never happened, but Clark said different. But Clark can't defend it anymore. No, sadly, Bob Clark was the unfortunate victim. Him and his son both were unfortunate victims of a car accident that was not their fault. I'll just say that. Um, Chris says, I'm positive Carpenter took the idea from Bob Clark, but Carpenter made it his own. I agree that Carpenter did make Halloween his own movie. Um, let's see. Phil says he really likes Black Christmas. So, Phil, can I take that to mean that I can put a tally mark down for you for Black Christmas? Uh, let's see. I just want to go through these. Phil had one for Deborah Logan too. I guess even though we already picked it, I'll put a tally mark for Deborah Logan. TJ says sour gummy worm energy drink. Are there whole gummy worms in it? No, not whole gummy worms, but it does taste like a gummy worm. Chris says no, just real earthworm.
Oh god.
TJ says that's protein, Chris. Man, you guys are hijacking our stream. I know, I'm kidding. I haven't seen 28 Years Later yet, Phil. Has anybody else here seen it? Chris says vitamin N for nasty as hell.
What's that mean?
I'm not sure.
Oh, earthworms.
Are we talking about the earthworms? Batman says, I love both Billy's phone calls and Margot Kidder's fellatio line. Yeah, it's gold with Margot Kidder in this movie. I ain't even gonna lie about that. And the design of the Tooth Fairy is awesome and basically the inspiration of my slasher. So, Batman, are you making a slasher movie? I think that's cool if you are. Chris says, Phil, the only thing I know about 28 Years Later is there's a massive zombie dog. That's all I needed to hear. How does a zombie dong even exist? Wouldn't it be rotting away? I mean, okay. I'm gonna get off that stuff. Let's see. Batman said I should give it to Black Christmas because Bob Clark later made my fave Porky's. I know Batman is a huge fan of the Porky's films. So let me know, is that your final answer? I feel like we're on Jeopardy or something. The Poet says Black Christmas. I'm gonna put a tentative one for you, Batman, unless you tell me differently. The Poet says Black Christmas. TJ says Christmas over the other one. I forgot what the other movie was. Anyway, it's Darkness Falls, TJ. All right. So I think I may have counted TJ's twice. To be fair, I won't do that. Okay. So Candice, again, I hate to leave when you're going to talk about Darkness Falls, but I really got to run the restroom.
Okay.
So I'm going to take myself out of the stream for temporarily and let Candice share Darkness Falls with y'all.
Well, first I'll talk about a little bit about it. I'm not going to get, if you, like I said, I'm trying not to give stuff away. If you've never seen the film, give you a chance to go watch it. But just a little background on Doctor. And I love Darkness Falls. I always, from the first time I watched it, and I would love to watch it again. I've not watched it in, oh gosh, probably a couple years at least. When I first watched it, I was just like, wow, that's a really scary story. Because anytime you take something innocent like the Tooth Fairy and you turn it into evil, to me that is always creepy. Like just like I went back to like children, evil children is really creepy to me, just because it's innocence. It's supposed to be something that's not evil, and then you have stuff that you know just kind of puts it, you're like, this shouldn't be. So when you take something like Darkness Falls, I think it really made a really good film. It was creepy. It was, scary. I was, interested in the whole movie from the first time I watched it. But just a little background on it, not giving too much. The movie takes place in a town um, in Maine, Darkness Falls, and this old lady, Matilda, I think was her name. She was like this lady who would give like all the little kids around her town. They really liked her. She would give them like gold coins if they lost their teeth or whatever, and just they were really, you know. Um, they looked at her as like a old nanny or something like that. Somebody who they just an older person that enjoyed the company of kids and they liked being around her. And something happened and her house caught on fire, and it disfigured her, and she would wear this like porcelain like mask. And there's some kids get missing in the town, and the town folk, now that she's all grotesque and has these wounds, and she walks around with a mask and stuff like that. She's no longer looked at as the nice old lady, going and you know doing good things for the kids. She's looked at as like the witch and Hansel and Gretel or something like that. And they pin the disappearance of these kids on her, and they take her out. They rip off her mask. She's like sensitive to sunlight, and let the sun like um, shine on her face, and they are ready to kill her, and she puts a curse on the town, basically. And once she dies, these children come back. They were never murdered. They were never missing because something had happened to them because of Matilda. So they realize, hey, we screwed up. We shouldn't have done this. So um, then you get the curse that comes along when they go and they bury her and stuff. And then this curse is that she's going to come back whenever all the little kids, when they lose their last baby tooth, I think is what it was. Um, she's going to come back, and if they look upon her, they're going to die or whatever. So um, just take that for what it is. It's like a century later or something like that. You get this boy, he loses his last baby tooth. He sees her, the tooth fairy. That's what they've nicknamed her, and he takes and he quickly, looks away from her, and one of her weaknesses is light. Where she got burnt before she was murdered, light really affected her skin. So I don't, like I said, I don't want to give too much away. That's just a little background of what it is. If you want to watch it, I suggest you just go watch it. It's a creepy film. I think that it's really well made. It's just one of those films that kind of leave you wanting to watch it again. And that's how I felt. So I really, really like Darkness Falls. Um, I remember when I first watched it, it was one of those films that just really creeped me out, but I wanted to watch it again. It's just one of those films that even though it scares you, you wanna watch it again. I just thought that it hit the effects was really good. I like the way that I agree. I think it was Batman said that he liked the way that the Tooth Fairy looked. I thought that was a
Mhm.
really appealing aspect of the film. Um, it's just a good storyline, I think. So, um, if you've never seen it, I highly suggest it. I think that it's a really good film. So that's all I'm gonna say on that.
Mhm.
Um, Black Christmas. I'll give my little rundown of what I think of Black Christmas. And you want me to be honest.
Oh yeah.
And Chris already knows how I feel and stuff like that. And like I always knew that our group of friends, you know, majority of them really liked Black Christmas.
Mhm.
But I hadn't seen Black Christmas until I met Chris. And then I watched it. And I'm gonna be honest. My taste is probably different than other people, and I'm not saying it's bad. I just didn't like it. It
Right.
didn't.
Which that's valid.
It didn't interest me.
Hmm.
And Chris, oh, okay, Chris is wanting to. I'm just sitting here talking about how I don't like Black Christmas. He said I have to show this off anyway. So he's got
Oh,
this
that's awesome though.
Black Christmas print. Who did this, Chris? Wait, I'm showing it. Oh yeah, I remember you buying that.
I'm jealous.
What's her name? Kate Francis.
And this was limited to 38 prints.
Yeah, 38
That's
prints.
number 8.
Wow.
This is number 8. I remember when he bought this.
She's from Canada.
Yeah, from Canada.
I've never seen her at any other shows after that either.
And what this is they must have had a showing of it in 2010 because this is Friday, December the 3rd, 2010 at the Broadway Theater. See
That's
that?
cool. That is really awesome.
But Chris has always loved and sang the praises of Black Christmas, and he just don't understand why I don't like. It's just not my cup of tea. But I know that a lot of people like it. Like it's a film that I would hear everybody talk about and how much they loved it and stuff. It's just not my cup of tea, so I would have to go with Darkness Falls.
Okay.
But
Now, since Candace brought the fact that I thought this was a good segue to me, and I don't know if I told Candace this story or not. I think I've talked about it on past streams before. I'll be totally transparent with you guys and gals. The first time I watched Black Christmas, it wasn't my cup of tea either. I hated it. I hated it. I thought it was a vulgar piece of garbage. And then I waited a while and I watched it again. And I think the setting was right when I watched it the second time because I was sitting in my mom and dad's living room. It was nighttime. I was the only one awake. The living room was here. The kitchen was right off of the living room. The phone was in the kitchen. Now, I'm telling you folks right now, if that phone had rang while I was watching this movie, I would have jumped out of my skin. I literally would have jumped out of my skin. And I think the setting alone, the first time I saw it, I believe it was bright daylight. I was watching it with my Aunt Sandy, who I watched a ton of horror movies with, and I just didn't get it. I was like, you've got this guy saying nasty things on the phone to these sorority girls. And I don't know if I just missed the whole point about Billy, if there was some kind of disconnect somewhere. But then when I watched it the second time, I was alone. It was dark. The phone was almost right there. And I was really focusing on it. And I was like, oh my gosh, this is one of the scariest movies I've ever seen. How did I miss this the first time? And at that point, upon second viewing, that's when I became the fan of the movie that I am now. So I'm glad that Candace brought up that Black Christmas is not her cup of tea because I wanted to share that story again. But I bet Candace was a little shocked by
yeah,
that.
I was. I was going to say that. I was surprised when you said that because I was always the odd person out when it comes to stuff like that, and because I knew everybody liked it, and I knew you liked it, and
Mhm.
so yeah, that did surprise me. Maybe if I watch it again, because I've done that. Nothing to do at all with
Mhm.
movies, but the band Rush. This is probably the best thing that I can describe because you know the band Rush, the rock band
Mhm.
Rush. I hated Rush. I hated them. I would tease my friend who loved Rush about them. I was like, I hate Rush. Rush sucks. I don't know why I hated them, but I hate them for years and years and years and years. I mean, they were just disdained me. And then just one day, probably 2022 to 2023, I was sitting there and Working Man, their song Working Man that I had heard 1,000 times over, come on the radio. And just all of a sudden, my whole just like my whole perception of them changed.
Yeah.
And I said, "What is wrong with me? I love Rush."
Yeah. I've
I
done that with bands
It
too.
was crazy. I couldn't understand what had happened. I mean, I had, sang the praises of my disdain for this band for so many years, and just all of a sudden, I liked Rush. That shows how your taste can change over the years,
Yeah.
and stuff that you did not like when you were younger, you all of a sudden start liking it. So I never say never with anything,
Hmm.
because um, you never know when you're going to change the way you feel about
Right.
something.
Exactly. Um, so let me go back up here and look, and I just want to make sure that um, I didn't miss anything. Um, let's see. Batman says his favorite line from Darkness Falls, "I see you, bitch." And Phil says, "I don't think I've seen Darkness Falls." Um, and I'm guessing Batman saying he says she looks like Freddy's sister. Is he talking about the woman in Darkness Falls? You think, Candace, or
I don't know. I would have to know when he said that.
yeah? Let's see. Chris says, speaking of Hansel and Gretel, I always found it interesting that New Nightmare had the Hansel and Gretel analogy at the end of the movie, and it certainly did.
Yeah.
Um, TJ says, not seen Darkness Falls since when it came out, but I like Emma Caulfield from Buffy in it. But most, mostly I remember the Australian accent of the young kid who's playing an American. Batman says, and rest in peace to the guy who played in the film. He passed away shortly after it was released. He says Cheney Clay passed away in 2007 after Darkness Falls 2003 release. Batman says the same thing happened to me with Evil Dead 2. I hated it and didn't understand why everyone liked it so. And I started to like it. Um, oh, Batman says, yes, Matilda Dixon at the end looks like Freddy's sister.
Oh, okay.
Um, TJ says Batman was talking about the Tooth Fairy looking like Freddy.
Okay.
All right, so I'll give it a couple more seconds, folks, and then we'll pick the winner of round 6. Um, TJ says I don't like the gallows. Never convinced me it's good. LOL. I don't think I like the gallows either, if I'm remembering correctly, TJ. Um, Chris says I don't think I could trust someone who don't like Evil Dead 2. I don't think I could either, Chris. So thankfully, Batman likes Evil Dead 2 now. All right, so Black Christmas is the winner of round 6. So, Freddie, you got to make your appearance again, dude. We're going to have to make up a story, Candace, before the stream's over. What's in that?
Yeah.
Do we want to stick with Thing being in there?
I'm okay with that if you are.
Which is, um, all right. So round 7, the movies are The Hitcher versus Pan's Labyrinth. So this is kind of a weird pairing, but it's how it ended up. Um, so I'm gonna turn it over to Candace and to talk about Pan's Labyrinth because this was her from her list.
Well, Pan's Labyrinth, I'm not going to go into detail about that movie. Is just, uh, you talk all day trying to describe that movie. Have you ever seen it, Dana? Pan's Labyrinth.
That's one I can honestly say I haven't seen. I've seen like clips from it and heard it talked about, but
Yeah.
I can't actually say that I've seen it.
Yeah. It's one of those films. I've only seen it one time, but that one time was enough. And I didn't put it on the list because it scared me to death or anything like that. But that is a movie that will stick in my mind. And I mean, Doug Jones is in it. And I love Doug Jones, and he's creepy. You know, I think he plays a couple different um, characters. He plays the fawn, and
Hmm.
then he plays the he's got the hands in his, or he's got the eyes with the in his hands, and he,
Uh-huh.
that scene is really creepy. But it revolves around this girl that kind of finds her way. There's like a, if I'm remembering correctly, it's like a bug or something that takes her to this like labyrinth. It's
Uh-huh.
been so long. I really wish I could have watched it again. But the reason why it's on my list is because of just the impact that it had. Not really on me, but on my brother.
Oh yeah, because I remember Candace telling me about this story.
Because we watched this film, and it's a beautiful film. You
Yeah.
watch it, Del Toro is freaking amazing.
Hmm.
Anything that man touches is just beautiful. And there is a scene, and I was watching it with my brother. It was late at night. My dad was working, he was worked on strip jobs and stuff, driving rock trucks. And it was just me and my brother and my mom. And we had just moved in the house that we were living in, my mom and dad's house. And we didn't really have our rooms ready yet. So we just had my mattress down on the floor while we were getting those rooms ready. And my brother was laying on that mattress. I was laying up on the couch, and it was like on the weekend or whatever during the summer. So we were, staying up late, and my mom was in her room asleep. And the movie is creepy. It's got things in it that really is visually disturbing. Doug Jones, his character, the pale man when he's got I think that's what he's called or whatever. He's got the hands. When this girl finds her way in there, he's like sitting at this table full of this, just beautiful food and dessert and stuff. And there's these, and I love Turkish delights, and that's one of the things that she goes for is a Turkish delight. And when she goes to eat from this table, when she takes from it, and he comes to be, and that was creepy and stuff. So the scene that really put this as a landmark in my mind, and it's something that we talk about. We probably told it on your show probably more than once, either me or Chris, because you said you know what I'm talking about.
Hmm.
My brother was probably 11 at the time. I'd say
We
about
need
10.
CJ in here.
Oh yeah, and he would kill me if he knew if he's watching. He's probably like, "See us, don't start with this again." But my brother was always really sensitive. He's not now. He can watch the hardcore of the hardest scary movies that you got. He loves them. All the exorcism movies, and he just loves them. It's just nothing, no skin off his nose, and it's very surprising because he was always really sensitive to somebody hurting somebody on
Mm.
movies and stuff. Like if somebody innocent was getting tortured or something like that, oh God, it would make him. He would almost pass out. It was just he could not take it. Well, there's a scene in the movie where these bad people, these like guards or whatever. I don't know what they were. I can't remember. Like I said, it's been so long since I've seen it. I really wish I could have revisited it before I put it on here and stuff. But um, there's a scene where these guards are there, and there's like farmers, I guess is what they were. I'm not really for sure what they were. You just have to watch the movie. This general or guard, whatever he is, punches this old man in the face, and it like caves his face in.
I'm sorry. I'm so mean to laugh, and I know where this is.
Well, just out of the blue, it's quiet. We're sitting there watching it, and this was the days when we still had the big floor model TV. This was like mid early 2000s. I forget when the film came out, and it was fairly new. We had a big, nice floor model TV up until about 2008 or something like that. And you remember the big wooden
Mhm.
TV? He was laying right in front of it, watching it. And I was laying up there, and when that happened, my brother jumped up in a fit of rage, threw the covers, and started raging, screaming, cussing. I mean, like freaking saying every F word, MF or this and that. Saying he was gonna kill that guy that did that. He said, I haven't
Uh,
just saying stuff. And my mom come busting down the door,
I bet she did.
yelling at me, saying, Candace, what are you doing? And Mom, if you're watching, I'm telling on you. She said, Candace, what did you do to him? What did you do to him? I said, I didn't do nothing. Here I am trying to hold my laughter back, Dana. Because it was disturbing. It was a disturbing scene.
I
And
know, but I wouldn't have been able to help myself.
here my brother is trying to break the door off the kitchen door. He's trying to break the kitchen door down. He's pulling it and punching it and flipping the TV off. I mean, he was going into a rage. I'd never seen him do that before. I don't know what happened to him,
TJ,
but it
if
was
you see this,
funny.
I'm sorry I'm laughing, but I can't help it.
Oh, listen, this is something that we have told all these years, and we laugh our hind. I mean, Chris, I remember the first time telling him that happened. He laughed till he could not laugh anymore. And my brother, you got to know him. He's quiet. He don't bother anybody. He's docile, you know. But let me tell you something. If you make him mad, if you're doing something mean to somebody, that's when you see my brother. You know, he would defend anybody.
Right.
And I don't know, it affected him in that kind of way. And you know, whenever a movie does that to somebody, and he probably shouldn't have been watching it 10, 11 years old or whatever. But I didn't know it was going to do that. I didn't know it had that kind of thing in it. And that cemented that movie in my mind. I was
Mm.
like, you know, that was crazy. That was insane to make somebody do that, to
Right.
make somebody react that way. I mean, you've done a good job, I think. And Pan's Labyrinth is it's a beautiful film. I've like I said, I've only watched it one time all the way through, but I'll never forget it. So have you ever seen it? I can't remember if I just asked you if you did or not. Have you seen it, Dana?
Pan's Labyrinth, I've seen clips and stuff
Clips of it.
from it, and maybe a trailer.
It's
But
it's it's a long, kind of not really long movie, but it's it's a movie that because it's Spanish
right,
and you have to get through that language barrier if you like subtitled movies and stuff like that. But it's really a unique film, and I really liked it. I would like to watch it sometime soon, because and that's why when I was making this list, it might not be movies that I have seen 1,000 times. I may have just
right.
seen it one time, but they had to have a, a profound effect, and that movie really did. And so there you go.
And I I'm intrigued now by this movie, not just the CJ story, but I'm intrigued by the movie as a whole, and I do want to watch it. And who knows, Steve? It seems like Steve may have a Blu-ray or something of it, so I could probably watch it.
It's a beautifully unique
Here's
movie.
another reason for Dana to watch it. The tagline right on the front there.
Oh yeah, Stephen King, the
Oh,
best,
yeah,
the
there you
best of
go.
Best
the
film.
best film of the year, Entertainment Weekly. But see, this is the Fawn. This is Doug Jones, and he also plays. Is his name the Thin Man or the Pale Man?
He's right here on the back there. Hell man.
I don't know if you can see him, but he's right here, Dana.
Oh,
And
yeah,
he is
yeah.
really, really creepy. And I don't know why, but in the Hellraiser films, whenever they're going like within the hell the place where they're going to,
Right.
it kind of gives you those kind of vibes. I
Oh,
always associate things. Stuff reminds me of other things that other people will be like, why does that make you think of that? I'm just different. But for some reason, when I was watching Pan's Labyrinth, Hellraiser, like some of the things, some of the elements reminded me of Hellraiser in
mm.
Pan's Labyrinth. So I think you would like it. I really want to watch it again. I didn't know that Chris had it, so I may watch that and see if CJ wants to revisit. Nowadays, he'd be like, I don't give a shit,
Yeah,
But
it would be fine, but
he denies all that. Okay, just to be clear, CJ denies that story. Yeah, it's true. It happened. So
well, I believe you, Candace. I'm sure most
my mom, she would tell you, yeah, that happened, but he didn't. He
we
doesn't
need to
remember
get
it.
your mom in on one of these funny foolish shows sometime. All right, so um TJ said, talking about apples and oranges. LOL. Yeah, exactly. This is a prime example of that. And Batman, this is the OG Hitcher, the original Hitcher, um, not the remake. Chris says, now, Chris, does this mean that your vote's for Payne's Labyrinth? Because he said, Payne's Labyrinth is a scarier film, but The Hitcher is a much more enjoyable film for me. Oh, so I can't choose on this one. Okay, so you're not going to help us out for this one.
Mm. But you gotta choose, Chris.
Okay. You, if there's a tiebreaker, you got to help us. Um, let's see. Batman says, speaking of Doug Jones, he was the actor that was supposed to play as Matilda Dixon in Darkness Falls until they resculpted it into a puppet. So
Hmm.
that's interesting. And TJ says, I love when Louise on Bob's Burgers dresses like the Pale Man for Halloween. I've never watched Bob's Burgers.
Oh, it's awesome. I like
Uh,
Bob's Burgers. I've not watched it in a while though.
and Chris, I'm assuming, is talking about Pan's Labyrinth. It's a pretty unique story.
I think he was talking about
Or
CJ.
is he talking about CJ and the
Maybe that.
CJ losing it when? All right, um, so Candace, have you seen The Hitcher with Rutger
I
Hauer?
seen The Hitcher a long time ago,
Mhm.
um, but I couldn't really tell you a whole lot about it
Okay.
because it wasn't one that I really paid attention to. Somebody was watching, I can't remember, but
So it would
say I've seen it. No.
probably be safe to say you're going to go with Pan's Labyrinth.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So The Hitcher, like, I know I need to see Pan's Labyrinth, but The Hitcher for me is one of those, if it could happen and it's realistic, the backstory, the premise is realistic enough, that makes it scarier for me. I get the feeling that Pan's Labyrinth is more fantasy oriented, and that's why The Hitcher, I'll just say right off, it's going to be my pick because of one man, and that's not C. Thomas Howell. Although C. Thomas Howell is very good as the young guy who picks up the Hitcher, played by Rutger Hauer. Rutger Hauer makes this movie, folks. I could almost believe that man is a crazy ass. Like that he would literally do anything. And almost every movie I've seen Rutger Hauer in, it's like he's I just keep seeing shades of the character he played in The Hitcher. And also, my dad told me a spooky story about picking up hitchhikers. And he had told me this story before I saw The Hitcher. Okay. So, my dad, this is story time with Dana again. My dad, in his younger days, he said he would never, ever, ever, ever pick up a hitchhiker ever again after this. So he picked up not one hitchhiker, but two or three hitchhikers.
Oh my goodness.
And they were way out in the middle of nowhere in the country, in the sticks, folks. And dad saw him on the side of the road or whatever. And being the nice guy that my dad is, he asked him, if he could do anything to help them. And they asked, well, can you give us a ride to wherever? And dad said, yeah, hop in, you know, basically. So he said things took a weird turn. He said they started acting funny. They started, and then he got feelings like, are they going to jump me? Are they going to kill me and take my money? What are they going to do? Because they were acting very shady. And they were kind of almost like they were whispering to each other and stuff like that. And dad said he was never so glad to get them out of his vehicle. And he said, I'll never do that again. Never do that again. Now, they also tell you the flip side is don't hitchhike because we've seen movies where the person hitchhiking gets in trouble or gets killed or whatever. But in this case, it's the hitcher you had to be afraid of because um, what happens is C. Thomas Howell is driving a car across country. He's getting paid to do this to take a car from one place to the other. And he's almost falling asleep and stuff like that, and he really wishes he had somebody in the car with him, but that's before he picks up Rutger Hauer. So he sees this car at one point on the side of the road, and it looks deserted, and he'd seen the same car driving along with a family in it a few hours before. And so he picks up Rutger Hauer, and at first, Rutger Hauer acts, relatively normal. And then he starts kind of acting like he might swing the other way, if you know what I mean. And he starts acting like he wants to, mess around with C. Thomas Howell. And C. Thomas Howell's like this young, red-blooded, American male. He's he's wanting some blonde bombshell somewhere or something. Um, and then things take a more sinister turn when Rutger Hauer's character starts saying, they pass that. Yeah, he passes that car again when Rutger Hauer's in the car with him. Rutger Hauer kind of leans over and he said, "See that car there? I killed that family right before you picked me up." And he's like, at first he's like, "Oh, you're yanking my chain. You didn't kill that family." But then it becomes apparent that yes, he did. And this guy will just not go away. I mean, C. Thomas Howell pushes him out of the car. He tries to do everything he can. Um, but this guy just keeps coming back and coming back and coming back. He stops in a town, goes into a diner, asks for help, and Jennifer Jason Leigh is playing the waitress or whatever you want to call her at this diner, and he convinces her. At first, she's like, "Oh, you're full of crap. I don't know what kind of game you're playing." But eventually, she joins forces with C. Thomas Howell, and there's a scene that you got to see to it's got to be seen to be believed with Jennifer Jason Leigh. I don't want to give it away, but it has to do with a semi truck. And that's all I'm going to say. Rutger Hauer in a semi truck and Jennifer Jason Leigh. Okay. So you got to see it to see this scene. Very tense scene. But there's a lot of tense scenes in this movie. And again, this has to go for the scariest for me because of the reality of it. Everybody has either picked up a hitchhiker, saw a hitchhiker on the side of the road, kind of wondered about them maybe, even if you didn't pick them up. Some people may have even had a bad experience with a hitchhiker. Maybe somebody pulled a knife on them or something.
Yeah, that happened to Chris's. I think it was his uncle. If
Mhm.
Chris is on here still, he may can tell you the story. But I think it was his uncle actually had picked up a hitchhiker, and the guy pulled a knife out on him and it cut his hand. He was lucky to escape him.
Gosh. See,
Yeah,
there's that realism again. See, something happened
yeah,
to somebody. Um, and just like my dad's story, even though nothing bad happened to my dad, it was a very unsettling experience, and he never wanted to repeat that experience.
yeah. My dad would always pick up hitchhikers, not with us in the car or anything, but he'd always help people out and stuff. But my dad always had a gun right there on his
Yeah.
hand, right in his pocket to where he could, if something happened. And that always scared me that he did that because just even though you got a gun or whatever, somebody could stab you with a knife before you could even get to it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
Um, but yeah, it always scared me that that kind of stuff did.
Chris says, and Batman says he can't vote. Gosh, guys, we're going to need a tiebreaker, though. Chris says, I only watched The Hitcher for the first time earlier this year and reviewed it on my channel. Y'all go check out Chris's review of that, by the way. It's got to be Rutger Hauer's best role. I would agree with you there, Chris. That it, even though I've seen Rutger Hauer in other roles where I liked him, this has definitely got to be his best.
Which one do you pick, Chris?
Yeah, come on, Chris. You got tiebreaker. I won't be mad if you pick Pan's Labyrinth. You said it
So
was scarier.
is this probably be a 2 or 3 parter Friday Foolish, won't it? Because we still got a pretty big list.
Yeah,
We've been here 3 hours.
what I was thinking is, and I was going to ask Candace this, we could go to round 10 and then save the other ones for another
We
Friday.
can. Let's see how many we got here. So we got 3 left.
Yeah, we got round 8, round 9, round 10. Yeah.
Okay.
Because I didn't realize that. Sometimes I don't realize that we're going to get to talking about these as much, but we've had a lot of good conversation in the chat and everything, which I think is fantastic.
Maybe we can do lightning round on the next 3, where we kind of.
So TJ says he's voting for Pan's Labyrinth, and then Chris says if I had to choose, it'd be The Hitcher. But now we got another tie.
Oh no!
Am I gonna have to flip a coin on this
We
one?
might have to. Batman, are you in there? Somebody else in there? Can
Well,
vote?
Batman says he hasn't seen
Oh,
the
he's not
The
saying
Hitcher
it.
or Pan's Labyrinth.
Well, then that's not going to do any good.
Well, there are 5 people in here, so come on, somebody, jump in there. Flip a Freddy. Yeah, we can flip a Freddy, TJ. Phil, are you still in here? Is there anybody in here that could do a tiebreaker on this? Gosh, even what I'd take Wes's.
Batman, if you're still in here, which one would you rather see the most? The Hitcher or Pan's
There,
Labyrinth?
there. That's a good. That's a
If
good
you're still
question.
if you're still in here, that'll help us. That'll help us break that. If not, I'm gonna get CJ in here and see which one he thinks is scary.
Is CJ there?
I don't know. I think I hear him in there. I'm not very sure if that's him in there or not.
Oh, we gotta get him in here regardless.
Hitcher. Okay,
That
there you
means
go.
says Hitcher. Okay, so thank you for the tiebreaker, which Hitcher wins round 7. All right, Freddie, you know what to do, buddy. I like that the AI gave him a referee shirt over his red and green sweater too. All right, so round 8 is Insidious versus White Noise. This one I
Is-
think might be kind of hard.
Well, Insidious was actually on my list.
Insidious was.
Was going to be on my list. Yeah.
Batman says only because I seen the Hitcher remake. Oh, that works. That works.
You broke the tie, so there you go.
Yeah, that helped. That helped. So I guess I'll talk about Insidious first. So Insidious is one of those type of Conjuring universe type movies that I just gravitate towards. I like stuff to do with the deep and the dark and the monsters that are there and the supernatural, the unknown. All of those things add up to one big crazy amount of scary, for me. because these are the types of movies that got you jumping at shadows, jumping at sounds, looking around you, and they are the same movies that are best watched alone. If you can watch them alone, I know some people can't. So, and I'm not making fun of anybody. I'm just saying some people can, some people can't. Um, but Insidious also centers around, and the tagline that's on the posters and things like that pretty much tells you what's going on because they show a young child, a young boy, and it says, it's not the house that's haunted. So you're left thinking, oh, okay, so it's this kid. Now, some people might be saying, well, that's stupid to do that. I don't think it's stupid. I think it's effective because what do people normally think about when they think not of possession movies, but when they think of uh, movies with ghostly or other entities? They think of it being a haunted house movie, right? Well, this one kind of turns it on its ear. It's not the house, it's the child. And to me, in a lot of ways, that makes it more scary than a house being haunted, that the child's being haunted because the
Yeah.
child is being taken over by whatever this entity is, and there's things happening around you. And you can leave a house too. You can't leave your child.
No.
You love your child. You can't just chuck your child out in the dumpster, say, "Oh, to hell with you, kid. You're haunted. I don't want you anymore." No loving parent would do that. So you've got to stay there and you've got to fight for your child. That that is a very, very scary thing. Um, and something that you don't know what the resolution's gonna be. You don't know what the outcome's gonna be. You don't even know if there is a resolution to it. How long is the child gonna be taken over by this entity? Are they ever gonna come back to you and be the child that they were? Those are all frightening aspects. And I also love white noise. So this one is a difficult one for me. And I
Yeah.
thought about it last night. I guess I kindly cheated. I thought about it in my mind. Now, which one am I going to pick here? Because I love both of these films. And both of these films are very effective. And Michael Keaton is absolutely fantastic in
Yeah.
white noise. Um, and Michael Keaton is another guy that can play comedy like nobody's business, but he can also play very serious roles.
Hmm.
He's that great of an actor that he could do both
Yeah.
both things.
And that's why he's my favorite of all time.
Mhm. And I wasn't just saying that about Michael Keaton because Candice is on here and she loves
Oh
Michael.
no, you've always expressed
I've
your love for
always
Michael
thought
Keaton.
that, yeah, about Michael Keaton. Um, But as effective as white noise is, there's just some little extra that goes behind Insidious. I don't know if it's because the kids involved in that one
Yeah.
and it kind of pulls a little more at me and all of that. Um, but I don't want to downplay white noise, even though I'm going to pick Insidious as the more frightening of the two. White Noise is an excellent film. Michael Keaton is fantastic in it. And I would urge you, if y'all have not seen either one of these movies, please watch both of them if you can. I need to go back and watch White Noise. I've actually still got White Noise on DVD, so I could, if rot hadn't, I didn't know rot was something that could happen to DVDs, but apparently it is. Steve told me that over time your DVDs can deteriorate,
Hmm.
um, and they will get where they won't play. And I think he refers to it as like DVD rot or something to that effect.
Yeah.
Um, so let's see what people are saying here. Batman says, "Sorry, Michael Keaton." Insidious. All right. Batman says that Darth Maul demon. Yeah, that's what
Mhm.
I'm thinking about. Um, well, Paranormal Activity was on my list. I don't know if we're going to be covering it this time, Batman, but it's definitely going to be upcoming if it's not on this one. Um, Chris says, I love the theory that after Dalton falls off the ladder in the attic, everything that happens after is all in Dalton's head while he's in a coma. That is an interesting theory, Chris. Uh, TJ says Insidious. It's the first movie in the last 15 years that I got legit freaked out at. There's that scene makes up for any shortcomings in the movie. All right, so I'm going to turn it over to Candace to talk about white noise.
So White Noise is a film that come out, and I cannot remember if it was Oprah or one of those talk shows like that when he came out. And this is the reason why I put it on there because I really like the film. I've not watched it in many years. I would love to watch it again. Love Michael Keaton. Like I said, he's my favorite actor of all time. And this is a really good role for him because when he plays these serious roles, he does a really good job. Um, White Noise. I remember whenever it came out, there was a lot of promo like about it. I think the Maury Povich show. I think they got some like people coming in talking about ghosts and EVPs and stuff like that. But I think it was actually the Oprah Winfrey show, maybe special promoting white noise. I can't remember if that's it or not. I'd have to look it up. I didn't do any research or anything because I can't quite remember. But I remember catching it and I watched it and it played like these EVPs from these people um, that kind of inspired the movie because of the story of White Noise is not a true story, but it was kind of inspired by these EVPs. I think from some woman and like this one man who had died and stuff like that, and it just really freaked me out. And I was just learning, really learning what EVPs and stuff like that were. I mean, I knew what they all. I always knew what they were, but kind of just hearing them and stuff like that. When did White Noise come out? Do you remember?
Oh my gosh. Goodness gracious. I can't even remember now, Candace.
I was younger. I was younger. I do know that. I probably mid something. Let me look it up because that'll aggravate me if I don't. Believe I was just out of high school. 2005. So I was just
Okay.
getting out of just getting
Yeah,
out of high school.
2005. You're right. Yeah.
So what really freaked me out is I was really getting to where I could hear real. Didn't really have the internet all that, I had the internet, but I didn't really go deep diving into stuff like that. But around that time, once this promo stuff for this White Noise movie come out, I really got interested in the world of EVPs and the fact that these voices are you know you can hear the dead through it,
Yeah.
and it's just really creepy how like high frequencies and stuff like that they could take this and the dead can there's this theory if you believe in that kind of thing that they can manipulate these these uh, these white noise machines or whatever you want to call it and
Or,
voice boxes
yeah, I have a what's called a spirit box, and
spirit
I've
box, yeah,
I've actually captured EVPs saying my name,
yeah,
and people can call BS on it. I don't care. I listened to it and heard it back on, and I didn't hear the EVP. I didn't hear this entity saying my name
hmm,
until I went and listened it back on the recording that I had made. And I say, "Do you know my name?" There's a couple of seconds where you just hear the of the white noise, and you hear Dana,
yeah, and
and
it's
it's just
it's
it's
freaky.
bizarre.
It
Yeah, it's
is.
very freaky.
And that's the reason why I put the movie on my list is because that really is what got me, kind of interested in that kind of thing. And
Mhm.
after watching that show, and then I watched the movie, and it was just really creepy. It revolves around Michael Keaton's character. He's think of either he's a book author or his wife's the author. I can't remember, but she goes missing, and he somehow learns of EVP. There's somebody comes to him who had lost a child, and they was like, "Hey, uh, there's such thing as this EVP where you can your wife can talk to you," um, and it kind of makes him mad or whatever. And but then they find out that she, had passed away, and it gets him interested and wanting to go and um, delve into these things and becomes obsessed with it. But I don't want to give away the plot of what it is, but it's not his wife. It's not what he gets so deep and obsessed with this stuff. If I'm remembering correctly, I could be telling you wrong. It's been so long since I've seen it, but it's other entities, and
Mhm.
that's why and it kind of gives you the caution of, hey, be careful, kind of like with a
Right.
Ouija board. Be careful when playing around with this stuff. So if you've never seen it, I highly suggest it. On that note, Insidious. Seen Insidious in theater is another one of those films where I was on edge, jump scares, the Darth Maul face demon, like his
Right.
Batman, I think is what it said.
Mhm.
That freaked me the crap out, when seeing him just kind of appear, you
Yeah,
know, behind the
exactly.
dad's head. And the whole, you're looking at a Tiny Tim fan. I've loved Tiny Tim since I was a little girl. I've watch him on TV with my great grandmother, and I love Tiny Tim. Tiptoe to the Tulips was never the same. You know what I'm talking about there,
Well,
don't you?
Tiny Tim will never be the same as if he could be the same after
Yeah,
watching Blood Harvest.
Blood Harvest. But I didn't watch
Holy
Blood
cow.
Harvest, granted, until after Insidious. But so out of the two films, definitely, yes, Insidious is one of those films that's just right there going, just creepy and
Mhm.
scary and horrific, and it's a really good movie. I like Insidious.
Okay. So we've got 4 votes for Insidious. Does anybody, don't too many people say white noise or we'll have another tiebreaker thing again. But if there is anybody that says white noise is scarier than Insidious, I'd love to hear
Mm.
um, what you think. Let's see. Batman says, I think my return to sleepaway camp got disc rot. Good, another piece of crap movie that I don't have to watch again. Yeah, Return to Sleepaway Camp, like I said earlier, I'm sorry, Robert Hiltzik, you made that one, which was a piece of crap, but you also made the original Sleepaway Camp, which is one of my favorites. So I don't know what happened. I think Robert Hiltzik became a realtor or something like that. He must have lost his edge or something, lost his touch. Chris said, I wouldn't even spend money on Return to Sleepaway Camp.
Is it that bad? I've never seen
Oh,
it.
it's pretty bad, Candace. And this is coming from me, a person that watches Terror on Tour and Final Exam, stuff like that, that people say is just horrendously awful. But Batman said it was super cheap. I got it at a gas station back when they sold movies too. Batman also says the other day my coworkers thought my car was haunted because my air freshener was waving back and forth like crazy. Um, Chris says he still has his Insidious movie ticket stub, so that's pretty cool. Um, TJ says the dining room isn't just a good jump scare. You don't see it coming because you don't know where you should look. Yeah,
Yeah, that's
that's a good
true.
one. Chris says Return to Sleepaway Camp is god awful. I couldn't even put God in there.
I was getting ready to
It's
say
just
that. Did you
it's
put
just
God in that?
awful. I don't know. Maybe it's devil awful. I don't know. I know what Chris is saying. I'm just changing his thing a little bit. Um, all right. So I think Insidious is going to be the winner of round 8. So round 9, and Freddie's going to make a return here. All right. So this is going to be 2 radically different movies. Round 9 is going to be Magic with Anthony Hopkins versus Stigmata. And Magic was mine, Stigmata was Candace's. Um, which I'm going to let Candace talk about Stigmata first, and then I'm going to talk about Magic a little bit.
Now, Stigmata is one of those films that again, not seen very many times. And it was one of those films that I was kind of trying to figure out what I was going to put on my list. And it was just one that came to mind because when I seen it for the first time, I watched it with my aunt. She'd actually didn't even know anything about it, and she just bought it and or rented it, and we watched it. And I just remember watching it, and it really freaking me out.
Mm.
Because I'm a big Unsolved Mysteries fan. I grew up watching Unsolved Mysteries, so I had seen the episodes, about like the stigmata, people experiencing stigmata. I don't know if you know what that is or not, but
Mm.
people who experience stigmata are people who experience what Christ went through on the cross. So it's something that always really freaked me out anyway, you know. And I remember watching it, and I really like Patricia Arquette. I've always liked Patricia Arquette, and she plays this girl like I can't remember quite where it was, but somewhere there was a priest who had experienced stigmata, the stigmata, and he had um, you know something had happened to him, and they was doing evidence on him, and this little boy, he steals like his rosary or whatever, and this woman buys it, sends it to Patricia Arquette, that's his like her daughter or whatever, and she starts experiencing all the stigmata, happenings herself, but she is a um atheist. Stigmata, usually happens to people who's not, they're people who are, you know, um, very religious and stuff like that. So it's a really creepy film, really creepy. I thought that uh, it was one of those films that reminded me like of The Exorcist. I don't know why, but it freaked me out. I didn't like watching it,
Mm.
and even though it's not a movie that I know significantly well, when I was making this list, I said I'm gonna put movies on it that really kind of stuck with me. And it was one of those films that stuck with me. So if you've never seen it, I highly suggest it. It's not the scariest film in the world, but it puts you on edge. It deals with
Right.
subjects that are really creepy and all that. Um, but I don't want to go into too much detail with it. If you want to watch it, give it a watch. If you may like it, may not. I thought it was a pretty solid film though, and it's scary. So
Okay. I've been listening to Candace, but I was writing the winners down for the ones we've done and making another verses list. All right. So I have seen Stigmata, but it's been years, and unfortunately, I didn't get a chance to go back and rewatch it. I remember liking it, but Magic, uh, in my case, is is one that you can say it doesn't deal with mental illness. I feel like it deals with mental illness because Corky, Anthony Hopkins' character in the film, is um, a performer, and before he gets his ventriloquist dummy Fats, he's kind of a failure at telling jokes and stuff like that. Then when he gets Fats, everything changes, and Corky pretty much becomes famous around many towns. And his manager is Burgess Meredith. And Burgess Meredith is I love Burgess Meredith, but he's pretty much a sleazebag in Magic. I mean, that's a nice way of putting it. Because he's a money grubbing, just um, wants all this acclaim and stuff, mainly for himself. I mean, it's Corky that's doing the performance, but Burgess Meredith wants to he wants to ride on the coattails, basically, of Corky's newfound fame. And Corky is a very shy, very unassuming type of guy. Seems to be his badass alter ego, the one that will say the things that Corky will not say, and acts out things that Corky would never do. And so Corky's childhood love interest that he never got up the courage enough to tell her he loved her when he and she were quite young, maybe high school or whatever. He never told her, "Hey, I love you," but and he's still madly in love with her. So he winds up staying. He basically runs away, and Burgess Meredith is trying to track him down, saying, "Hey, Corky, you got to come back," stuff like that. So he runs away and he stays at this motel, and the motel is run by his childhood sweetheart. And Fat starts to act in very peculiar, unexpected ways. And so you are so confused by the middle and later parts of this film that you're like, I don't know if I'm coming or going. I don't know if Corky's losing his mind. Is Fats really come to life and controlling Corky? What's going on here? Is Corky killing people in this movie? Is Fats somehow got a body and a mind of his own? Is he going around killing people? Are him and Corky working together? What's going on here? So I think because of all those different levels and because it hints at mental illness, um, like I've said before, mental illness is something that scares the life out of me. I think everybody has probably had a fear that they would lose their mind at some point in their life and end up in an institution. I know I have. Maybe I'm crazy for thinking that, but I've always had a fear that what if I ever lose control and people don't understand what I'm doing? Not that I would hurt anybody, but I have a breakdown or something, and they throw me in an institution and I never get out. And then I'm surrounded by all these other people with mental illness, and it would drive me even crazier, probably. And mental illness, I know this is bad to say, but it scares me, and people with it scare me.
Yeah.
And I don't really want to be in close quarters with those kind of people. So when I see this depicted in a movie, and it's very heavy, like in a film such as that, it scares me because of that. And Anthony Hopkins does a fantastic job, and he did it years later in Silence of the Lambs, which is going to be on our list at some point too. Um, which he played another mentally disturbed
Yeah.
man, Hannibal Lecter. And so Anthony Hopkins is another fantastic actor.
Sure is.
He
It's one of
is
my
very,
favorites. I love Anthony Hopkins.
I do too. Um, but he's just like he can flip flop back and forth between being a gentle, loving person to getting kind of angry to getting to the point in this film where you're like, I don't know, maybe he's just like lost his mind and he's ready to take everybody out
Yeah.
at this point. Um, so my pick is going to go with Magic because of the extreme level of um, mental anguish that basically Corky's character is going into. It's very frightening. It is a very frightening thing to watch someone's descent into utter and total madness. So Corky, by a certain point in the film, Corky's not even sure of who he is or what he is. Has he become Fats or has Fats become him? What is going on here? There's a scene where Fats appears to be telling him, stand up, sit down, and he's doing this, smile, frown, do this, do that, and that seems frightening too, I think. Um, so I love to hear what Candace thinks of magic, what you guys and gals in the chat think of magic as well as which one Candace thinks is scary.
I like magic. I've seen it before. Chris, I had never seen it until Chris showed it to me, and I really liked it. I thought it was a good film. I love Anthony Hopkins. I think Anthony Hopkins, he's just one of the greatest talents of all time. I love Anthony Hopkins. So yeah, I really liked it. I thought it was a unique film. It was a film that really kept you on edge and kind of just trying to figure it out. I like movies like that where it kind of keeps you kind of wondering what's going to happen next. What trying to figure out the plot of what's going on. So I really like magic, but for me, um, Stigmata, it scared me. It was one of those films that was I don't know, it really freaked me out. So
Right.
I'll have to go with Stigmata.
Okay. Okay, so Batman says stigmata all the way. How's your faith these days, Father? Um, TJ says Patricia Arquette in Stigmata, one of her best performances today.
It was.
And then he goes on to say, Magic freaked my mother out. She hated it because Dummy scared her. Hopkins is great. So, TJ, are you going to slide towards Stigmata or Magic? I'm thinking Stigmata from what you said. But we'll see if anybody else wants to vote, and if they don't, I'm going to call it with Stigmata.
I think Chris is magic
Magic. Okay, well, we're definitely going to need a
because
tiebreaker.
we've talked about that, and I think
He did
he
say
likes
Magic
magic.
is amazing. It's probably my favorite Anthony Hopkins movie.
I don't know if he likes Stigmata. I can't remember if he said he did or not.
He said he never seen Stigmata.
Oh, I thought he'd seen it before.
Huh. I've
I,
definitely seen Stigmata. It's
yeah, I
myself.
watched it back when it first came out, like in late '90s, something like that.
TJ's gonna go Magic for his mom. Okay, so that makes it 3 for Magic, 2 for Stigmata, unless somebody else wants to jump in there in the next few seconds. And then we're going to be at our last round for this bunch of them anyway. Okay. All right, I'm calling it with Magic. Magic squeaked by with one extra one. All right. So this next one's going to be interesting. This round 10 is going to be interesting. So take it away. Okay. So round 10 is Pet Cemetery. This is the original Pet Cemetery versus The Shining.
It's a hard one.
I knew this whenever I paired them up. I was like, oh, this is going to be torture.
Both freaked me out so bad as a kid.
Yeah, and I really, really like both of them. So, Candace, did you go? I'm getting so confused. I can't remember if she went first. The one before when we were talking about magic and stigmata.
I can't remember. I think I might have went first.
Okay, all right. So, Pet Cemetery was on my list, and Candace was The Shining. And keep in mind, these are the original, no miniseries, no newer Pet Cemetery, no miniseries Shining. So don't anybody start that business again.
It's the original people, the original.
Don't be asking which would I prefer, Uncle Bill. I'm looking at you in case you're lurking somewhere. He'll go to get into an hour-long discussion about which do you prefer, Daniel. This ain't apples and oranges show. Um, all right. So Pet Cemetery was one of those movies that I could watch in broad daylight and it's scary. And it's scary for a lot of reasons. One of the big reasons, and I bet people are not going to know what I'm going to say because it's what almost everybody says, Zelda.
Zelda.
That scared me to death almost. I mean, that the image, just the image of Zelda with her back all twisted and her, ugh, that really super skinny face. And I'm not making fun of the guy. A guy played Zelda in this. Um, because they couldn't find a woman to play her and be able to do that skeletal look that this guy was able to. Batman says, Pet Cemetery, don't want to go down that road. Yeah, I can't say it like
Don't
Judge.
go down that road.
There you go. Candace can do better than I can. And Pet Cemetery has Fred Gwynn in it, folks. And I
Mhm.
know Candace loves
Oh,
Fred
yeah.
Gwynn. Good old Fred Gwynn. I always loved him as an actor. And I think he was a nice guy, too, from
Mhm.
the interviews they did with him. Yeah, the ground is sour. Um, but Pet Cemetery deals with a lot of really heavy subjects,
Yeah.
in particular, the death of a child. And I'm not even a parent. I'm a pet parent. I'm a fur baby parent, but I'm not a human parent. And it still got to me. That one particular scene, it tore my heart out. And Dale Midkiff
Oh, yeah.
really cements the deal there. I mean, he was acting his heart out in this,
He
and he
was.
must have been pulling that anguish from somewhere. And I don't even want to know where he was pulling it from. But a lot of people, especially after the remake of Pet Cemetery came out, were saying how awful the original Pet Cemetery was. How can you? I just don't understand that. I don't understand how,
No.
I'm not going to call anybody stupid or anything. I'm curious. I'm perplexed that somebody could say that because I thought it was very well made,
I love
very
it.
well acted. Um, but Zelda is the thing that I could not get out of my head. That image of Zelda saying, I'm coming for you, Rachel. And this
Mm,
time I'll get you. And then that cackling laugh that she had. I mean,
crazy.
uh, and her screaming, I'll twist your back like mine and you'll never get out of bed again. And it just ends on a screech
Yeah.
of her screaming that. And I'm like, "Oh, no, I can't I don't wanna go." I almost didn't wanna go there anymore. But I have watched that movie many, many times. And, you know, The Shining, I also love, and again, I'm looking at you, Uncle Bill. The original Shining, I absolutely love. I I I
Yeah.
know that Stephen King was never a fan of Kubrick's version of The Shining. But I think as a horror movie, The Shining stands on its own as a great horror film. Does it follow Stephen King's book? No. Heck no, it doesn't follow Stephen King's book. But as a separate entity, that's how I have to think of it. As a separate entity, it's a fantastic horror film, and I love what Kubrick did with it. And I know that Stephen King had qualms about Jack Nicholson playing Jack Torrance in the film, but Jack Nicholson puts his own little twisted
He
glee
does.
into that role, and I think it just works. It just works. Shelley Duvall is not at all like Wendy was described in the book, but again, it just works. it works having her be this mousy little, just going around. And when Jack
Yeah.
gets mad, she just cringes. But when it comes to protecting her child, she takes on what her husband has become, from merely becoming an emotionally abusive husband to becoming a psychopath because of this hotel they're staying in, and she protects her son at all costs. So, but again, as much as I love The Shining, I can watch The Shining anytime, day or night, doesn't matter what the season is. I can watch it, although me and Steve do like to watch it in the winter when there's snow on the ground because it just seems right. We watch that, The Thing, John Carpenter's The Thing, when it snows. Um, I got to go with Pet Cemetery for the scariest for me. And yeah, Zelda's a big part of that. You can't, you just can't get rid of those childhood things that have sunk into your
Yeah.
psyche and they don't get out. Keep in mind this what came out 88, 89.
I think Zelda is what to you Reagan is to me.
Yeah,
The way that we've always talked about it kind of seems
yeah,
like that's
that
kind of what it did to you,
mhm.
for me. So you choose the Pet Cemetery. Pet
Yeah, I
Cemetery.
gotta
Okay.
go with Pet Cemetery for, even though I love The Shining. Shining's a great film and I'd watch it anytime. For scaries, I'd have to go with Pet Cemetery.
Well, guys, this is a hard one, a very, very hard one for me because I love both of these films. They're two of the greatest, to me, horror films ever made. I absolutely love Pet Cemetery. I absolutely love The Shining. Um, a little bit about The Shining and what I think about it. Let me talk about Pet Cemetery first. So I agree with Dana. Zelda was terrifying to me as a kid. I remember the first time I seen it. I actually walked in on my uncles or somebody at my grandparents' house watching it, and the scene was Zelda twisted up on a bed, and I flew out of there.
Yeah,
I was a kid. I mean, I was out of there. But then I got old enough to watch it on my own, and it was just so scary. I mean, Pascal, him
yeah,
just slowly rotting over that's just so crazy to me. Even though he's somebody that's not a bad person, he's scary, And as a kid watching that, that's scary to me.
mhm,
But Dale Metcalf, his role in that, um, I agree with Dana. I mean, he just brought that performance just completely out, and I was in love with Dale Metcalf. I mean, Dale Metcalf was
well,
just
who
somebody.
wouldn't be in love with Del Mitchum, especially at
So
that time?
yeah, and then first of all, huge Munsters fan. I've been a Munsters fan for
Mhm.
as long as I can remember. I can never not remember being a fan of the Munsters. Huge Fred Gwynn fan. So seeing him first outside the role of Herman Munster in My Cousin Vinny as the judge
Right.
in My Cousin Vinny, that was weird seeing that. But seeing him in Pet Cemetery was even weirder, and then seeing him get sliced, by a Gage, is even more disturbing because this is this is Herman Munster, and you're seeing him get sliced up in his heels and stuff by a little kid. Um, and just the initial shock of that scene where Gage gets hit by the truck, that's something that sticks with you. It's terrible. And one of the scenes that always stuck out to me the most wasn't a scary scene at all, but a scene it broke my heart, Dana.
Mhm.
It broke my heart. And it made me so sad was when they were at the funeral and her dad lashes out
Mhm.
and does what he does to Lewis.
Yeah.
That angered me. Even as a kid, that angered me. This man's just lost his son and you're attacking him, which
Yeah.
I understand that everybody has somebody to blame for things, but
Mhm.
that was not that was an accident, a freak
But
accident. What happened to
yeah,
him? You
and
know,
he and his father-in-law is calling him a piece of shit, you killer of children, right at the
at
funeral.
the funeral. I mean, taking this grief that is just unimaginable. It was always unimaginable to me, but having a child, nephews, and stuff like that, even now, is even more unimaginable.
Mhm.
Dana's got nephews. She knows what it's like. I mean, it's just something that you cannot even begin to imagine. And that was scary to me.
Mhm.
Then you have his wife coming back, and she's a, she's a zombie, and
Yeah, she got
whatever you want to,
stuff
got an eye
ripping
coming
out of
out.
her eye socket and
It's
like,
just, it's the movie in itself is just so freaky.
mhm.
But the journey that Lewis goes through all this, going through grief, going through just being absolutely scared of what he had done. Because he did this, he created this, out of his grief, he made bad judgments.
Mhm.
He was warned not to do that, but he did it because he just had this grief that he could not deal with. And it was just so painful to him that he would do anything to bring back, his baby.
Yeah.
And it's something that you don't want to relate to, but you can see where he was going through, it takes another look. You were talking about mental health.
Uh,
That movie is a, what can somebody go through when they experience, the utmost grief that anybody could ever stand. What would they do? What would you do in that situation if you were presented that opportunity? So the Pet Cemetery is, like I said, the book is crazy. It's even worse than the movie. It goes in detail stuff that you just don't
oh
want to,
yeah.
you know. But I love Pet Cemetery. I even like the second one. I like the one with Edward Furlong and,
Oh my gosh,
you know,
Clancy Brown in
I
that
love Clancy
too.
Brown in that. He was the
Oh,
rabbits. I love it. I love it. I love it. And that boy, I can't remember his name. He's the boy. He's got the dirt bike, and Clancy Brown gets that
is
dirt
it
bike and
is
tears his
it
face off
Jared
with it.
Russian? Is that his real name?
I can't remember his name, but I love that movie so much. I think it might be Dana. I love that movie so much I couldn't find it anywhere. And we had a Sam Goody back in the day here in Hazard, and I went there. I was like, "Hey, can you get me Pet Cemetery too?" And my dad bought it for me. They pre-ordered it for me. It was like $30 or $40 we paid for it,
Yeah.
and we got it because I love that movie and I wanted to watch it. So, um, yeah, I love Pet Cemetery, but The Shining. And you're right. I've read the book. It's a whole lot different than what the movie is. But the movie, just Jack Nicholson, his performance in that. There's a scene that scared me even more of what Zelda did, and that is the lady in the bathtub.
That's a scary scene, Candace.
That absolutely, I mean, it made me sick.
And it
I was just a
scared.
kid.
Did you hear the story that scared Stephen King when he was writing the book? He said he told Whoopi Goldberg this. Does anybody remember when Whoopi Goldberg had that nightly
I
talk
think so.
show?
Yeah, yeah.
And she would have guests on there. Well, she had Stephen King on there, and of course, I recorded it, and then it got lost. And I love that one. But anyway, he was telling Whoopi Goldberg about when he was writing The Shining, and he said it even got him scared. He said, when I was doing the rewrites, I was thinking 4 more days, and then it's the woman in the tub. And then he said, and then it was the woman in the tub is today, and he was
Yeah.
having to rewrite it.
It
And
would just have to be to get into that mental space to write that.
mhm,
It would have to take you to places that's just reading it takes you to places. Watching it on film, it takes you to places. That just the overall just creepiness
mhm,
of the film. It it always ranked up there for me, hand in hand with Silence of the Lambs
mm,
as the greatest horror movie ever made. I know a lot of people may disagree with me, but I love The Shining. I thought that it has every element in a horror film that I like. It's got
right.
the creepiness, it's got the supernatural happenings. It's got this man, he's going mad, he's going crazy. Just, these spirits, and it's set in a time period. Like the hotel is kind of from a time period that always interested me. And just the scene of when Wendy is just going crazy.
Mm-hmm.
She You can tell that, I mean, just that she is absolutely petrified.
Yeah.
And in real life too, you know. They did not
Yeah,
take it easier on her.
basically, Shelley Duvall said that Stanley Kubrick tortured her that
Yeah,
entire
so,
film.
and it shows. And, it bothers me that she was, really put through that. But and it makes me feel weird even saying this, but it brought out one of the greatest performances I've
Mhm.
ever seen anybody put on. I mean, she absolutely was just. Jack Nicholson was so, and he's freaky looking anyway. I mean, he just looks the part of a madman. He's got the eyebrows and the eyes and just the creepy smile, and he just knows how to talk. And when he's backing her up on them steps,
Yeah.
that scene is just, it's so intense. This is a hard one for me. I don't know. We're talking about scary here, right?
Yeah.
Not what I think is a better film. I really don't, you know,
Because we could have a whole different show over which is the better film.
the one that scared me the most.
Hmm.
Oh man, they both scared the living daylights out of me. This one's hard. This one's really hard. I'm having trouble with this one.
Mm.
Um, there's probably more in Pet Cemetery that freaks me out, scares me,
Hmm.
but the Shining give me nightmares
Hmm.
that I didn't have with Pet Cemetery. I remember really having nightmares about things when I was a kid involving the Shining. So
I
I
think
would have
that I think that pushes you more towards the shine. If it gives you nightmares,
I think I would have to choose it. Yeah.
mhm, yeah, that's what I.
Doesn't diminish anything from Pet Cemetery. They're both
Right.
equally great films. I love them, but The Shining, it's like Chef's Kiss to me. I know a lot of people might disagree with that, but I absolutely love The Shining. It's one of the greatest films ever made, not just horror films. To
Yeah,
me, it's one of the greatest films ever made.
yeah,
Beautiful film.
and people always, because I said I wasn't going to get into this, and I'm not going to get into it deep. But people think because I said I can watch the miniseries and that the miniseries is more faithful to Stephen King's novel, that negating Kubrick's version of Shining. I would never do that because, like I said, Kubrick's version of The Shining stands on its own as a great historic horror film. And I never, ever would deviate from that. I'm just saying that, and I know Chris has already said the miniseries ain't worth two squirts of piss. What's how you put it? I beg to differ on that matter because I think that the miniseries does have merit. It does. You want to watch something that follows Stephen King's book more faithfully, check out Mick Garris's miniseries version of The Shining. But don't forget about Kubrick's version. Because if you want to watch a classic historic horror film, haunted hotel film, whatever you want to call it, the decline of the American family film, whatever you want to call it, it is a great film. Can I say that the miniseries is a great film? No, I'm not going to pull the wool over your eyes and say that that is a great film. It has major flaws in it, but I'm saying that people should watch it at least one time and then make up your mind about, this piece of trash. I'm never going to watch it. Which Chris has probably seen the miniseries, and he doesn't know. But yeah, this one was hard for me. And when I saw that I was pairing those 2 up, I was like, "Oh, man. This is gonna be
King
hard."
against king.
King against King. And,
But
and
go ahead, Dana.
no, you go ahead,
I was
King.
just going to say, but you do get a little appearance of King in Pet Cemetery that you don't
As,
get in The
as
Shining.
a
So there you
priest at a funeral, yes, you most certainly do. And any reason to see King acting, I know some people say he's awful, but I always enjoy watching the man. I enjoyed watching him as Jordy Verrill.
go. Yeah, I love him as Jordy Bear.
Rachel singer.
What's he saying,
Meteor
Maximum?
shit.
Yeah, meteor shit. But what's he saying, Maximum Overdrive? Honey, this machine just
She
called
just
me
called
an
me an
asshole.
asshole.
Jordy
And
Verrill is to me is his
Jo-
superior role though.
Jordy Verrill is the country bumpkin, that
Yeah,
finds a meteor in his yard. That's just
it's meteor
classic
shit.
King. That's classic King right there. Because I always thought of Stephen King as an everyman.
Yeah.
He might be the most famous horror writer of my generation and a lot of other people's generation. But when you see the man doing interviews, and I know y'all are probably saying, Dana, stop putting Stephen King on a pedestal. But when you see the man doing interviews, even now, if you see him doing interviews, he's the most humble man I've ever seen. He never puts on airs. He acts like a small town boy,
Yeah.
even though he's a much older man now. He still has that youthful vibrance that comes from being a small town boy. And if you never grew up in a small town, you might not be able to understand that. But when I look at Stephen King, even now in his older age, I say he's the same guy he was 30 or more years ago. When he talks, it's the same guy. He's not changed because they've thrown money at him. He's not changed because they've made movie upon movie upon movie from his work. You know, um, Chris,
What's he
don't get me
saying?
started on this, Chris. But no, I'm kidding.
What's
He
he
says
saying?
he says he loves Stephen King, but his opinion on Kubrick's The Shining is one of the most pettiest things ever. I think he knows deep down that Kubrick's version is better than his book.
Oh no.
Oh, that's
Now,
that's close to
Chris,
blasphemy, Chris. That's close
I
to
don't know about that. The book gets into
yeah.
so much
Book,
more
the
than
book's
I
saying,
love the movie. Book's a different level.
mhm,
But we're talking about books and movies. It's two totally different things. But that book is book's great. Book
yeah,
is great.
it is, and I'll die on that hill.
Oh, shut up! Shut up! Tell him to shut up, Dana. I won't be mad.
Chris is
Tell him
probably
to shut up.
thinking that these women are ganging
He's
up
trying to
on
make he's
me.
trying to make us mad. Is what he's trying to do. Is pick at us. Now I love the movie. I love the movie, but I love the book.
Have you been talking to Uncle Bill, Chris? Because I think you've been talking to Uncle Bill, and y'all have cooked up this to take over the stream.
Tell him to hush it.
TJ says, "What if the hill is near a pet cemetery?" I guess Chris will be coming back at at some point,
Ah, and
and
he'll
he'll
be singing. He'll be singing. I don't want to get buried in a pet
he'll be singing
cemetery.
in the Ramones. Because sadly, I mean, I'm not trying to make a joke, but is there any Ramones left alive? Is there one of
Yeah.
them left alive? And I love the Ramones. I'm not making fun of the Ramones at all, but he'll be with all the dead Ramones. They'll be singing, I don't want to be buried.
We seen one not long ago. Who was it? Which one's still? It's not Dee Dee, is it? I can't remember. Richie
Ricky
Ramone.
Ramone? I don't know. I guess I always thought of Joey Ramone. That was always the one I thought about. I knew he wasn't still around, but he was the one that always stuck out in my mind was Joey
Well,
Ramone.
it says here that none of the original members are
Are
still
alive.
alive. It says all
Okay.
4 founding members, Joey, Johnny, Dee Dee, and Tommy, have passed away.
Okay. I remember Rock and Roll High School. PJ Soles was in love with Joey Ramone.
Yeah.
I don't know why you'd be in love with Joey Ramone. That's
I
okay. I like the music.
Listen, I like
I like
Joey
the
Ramone. I think
music.
he was a sweet dude. I think
I do, yeah, yeah. I don't think
but
he was a bad dude at all, but
as far as being, I ain't got a room talk, so I ain't gonna say it.
TJ says Richie is the last. He started around the mid
Then
80s.
that's the one that was probably, I think it was a whorehound. One of them was. So that's probably who that was that we seen.
Well, not the last.
There was somebody. There was one of them at a convention. I can't remember. It probably him.
But I didn't say the winner. I guess the winner is going to be The Shining.
Oh, did the Shining win?
Yep. I think so, unless I missed. And thank you, TJ, for the clip. I think I probably seen the clip. Here's the thing that bothers me about that Whoopi Goldberg show. Some people have full episodes of the Whoopi Goldberg show with everybody but Stephen King. It's like, why can't somebody get
Ah,
a Stephen King episode? But Whoopi Goldberg herself has put like these little mini things where it's just got clips. And I love the clips, but I want to watch the whole thing again. I absolutely, that was one of my favorite Stephen King interviews of all time, was the one he did with Whoopi Goldberg. Because he seemed so relaxed, and Whoopi Goldberg was really into, Stephen King. And she played Mother Abigail in that recent incarnation of The Stand. And I saw that I think it was TJ. TJ says, by the way, y'all hear there's a plan for another The Stand, but in theaters. I don't think that The Stand's going to work in theaters, folks. I really don't. It's a WTF after that 2020 debacle. I liked that 2020 version, okay, but I'll forever go back to the 1994 miniseries that had everybody in it. Sam Raimi was even in that as a bad guy. And Stephen King was in it, a guy on a motorcycle, but he was one of the good people. But yeah, the one from 1994, I'll always stand by that one. And TJ says, interesting. King writes nerdy writers with hot wives, but his wife is a sweet lady, but she ain't even no Shelley Duvall, LOL. Chris said, I love both, but The Shining is a superior film. It's absolute genius. Batman says, A Pet Cemetery, awesome soundtrack with the Ramones. I agree there. TJ makes a good point. Interesting. Both movies have bad dads. Rachel's dad was emotionally abusive, forcing her to watch her ill sister.
Yeah.
And Jack was physically and mentally abusive, which very good points. And I'm not going to read Chris's comment about Stephen King again. Yeah.
She's gonna whoop you over that, Chris.
I love Chris. He's my brother, but not my real brother, but I guess spiritual brother, I guess you would say. He's not my brother.
Dana's thinking that dirty bastard.
No, I'm not thinking that bad. I thought. But me and Candice had the same thoughts on that. So, like I said, Chris probably thinks, "Oh my gosh, the women ganged up on me." Well, I don't like Amber Heard, period, for a lot of reasons, TJ.
She just likes to shit the bed. Is that not Johnny Depp's?
That's Johnny Depp's ex. Yeah. It's the truth, Dana. Stop lying to yourself. No, I ain't lying to myself. I mean, okay, Chris, let me ask you this. Have you read the Shining novel? And if you haven't, you need to quit listening to me and Candice, and you need to go start reading the novel right now.
I think he has, because he's big Steve King. He's just pulling our chains, Dana. what he's doing.
I really think he's been talking to Uncle Bill because that sounds like something Uncle Bill would say to me. You've been talking to Uncle Bill, haven't you, Chris? I know you have. On the sly, he's been talking to Uncle Bill, and then Uncle Bill told him, "Get in there and really mess with Dana. Start talking bad about Stephen King."
Chris loves Stephen King. He's like us, so I think he's pulling your chains. What
He
he's
says,
trying to
"Of
do.
course. Why else would I say the movie is better?" I think Uncle Bill's in here watching us. I think he's being a creeper. Uncle Bill, if you're in here, you better show yourself. I don't know, TJ. Uncle Bill's kind of he's a little bit of a trickster. He's a little bit of a sly boy sometimes, or sly man. I guess I should say he's not a boy anymore. Um, you prefer the movie? Okay. I mean,
Well, I mean, I love the movie too. It's one of the greatest movies ever made to me. But you know, books is different. I mean, books is a book, and a book is a book, and a movie's a movie. So we're talking about movies. So, uh, I mean, you know, you don't have to do any work when you're watching a movie. You just look at it. When you're reading a book, you gotta, you know, open up your mind and all that stuff. So,
right.
you know, I don't know. But the book
But
really is good. I mean, it goes into places into detail that the movie
yeah,
does not. So
and it gets in your head a little more than
gets
the
into
movie
you. It
does.
does.
But me and Candace have been on for over 4 hours, and my butts hurt. My
Mine is
tailbone's
too.
hurting.
Are we going to do a showdown of the movies that we've done to see which one comes out as ultimate winner?
Do you want to do that tonight?
Well, instead of we don't have to talk about them. We could just put them up next to each other, and then what we should do is like how me and Chris does when we play this game. Start with the two that's on the bottom. Whichever one wins moves up to the next round. You
Okay.
get what I'm saying? And then if it keeps on moving up, it's whichever one wins.
So we should start with the ones at round 10.
But that, or we can start at the ones that we did at the beginning.
Okay. Yeah,
Round one.
that's what I had started doing here. Like I put round 1A, and I had like The Exorcist versus Children of the Corn, and then it
Yeah.
went from there. Okay. So I got some of these written down, folks. So this is the showdown round. And we'll have
showdown.
Freddie come on here one more time. Okay. Thanks, Freddie. Okay. I won't bring Freddie back anymore, but that's the grand finale bell ring for the showdown round. Okay. So, folks, The Exorcist versus Children of the Corn.
Scariest. Exorcist. All the way.
I go with Exorcist. Reading Rainbow. Oh, is that Beauty?
Yeah, it is. She likes her lovins.
So, guys, gals, if there's any gals in here, mostly we've seen guys talking in here. Does anybody want to throw their vote in there before we move on
We
to
need just one. But this one we don't really have to have one, but we'd like to have a tiebreaker. I mean, it's not really a tie, but I don't know if we needed one for this one where we both agreed. Do you?
Nah. We'll go ahead and say The Exorcist is the winner for this one. All right. So, The Devil's Reign versus The Conjuring.
Are you wanting to do that, or are you wanting to move the Exorcist up?
Oh, yeah, I guess we should do that. Okay. So, it would actually be The Exorcist versus The Devil's Reign then.
For me, Exorcist. All the way.
Yeah. So, Exorcist is still winning. All right. The Exorcist versus The Conjuring.
Ooh. The Exorcist.
I'm still going to go with The Exorcist. Still winning, folks. Unless y'all want to come in there, jump in there and say anything. Okay. The Exorcist versus The Taking of Deborah Logan.
I would have to say The Exorcist.
I'm still saying The Exorcist, even though the Taking of Deborah Logan was pretty terrifying. All right. The Exorcist versus Black Christmas.
The Exorcist.
I'm still going to go with The Exorcist as much as I love Black Christmas. If we're talking about scariest, um, and I know what it's going to be for this one, The Exorcist versus The Hitcher.
Exorcist.
Yeah, Exorcist again. The Exorcist versus Insidious.
The Exorcist.
Okay. Let's see. Where am I at here? The Exorcist versus Magic. I know what.
Exorcist.
I think this is going to go the way of a lot of these other shows and stuff that and lists we've seen. All right. Or The Exorcist versus The Shining.
The Exorcist.
Yep. All right, gang. The Exorcist 1.
I mean, you put that on the list. It's going to, for me, it's going to be
I think
all the way
yeah.
down.
Yeah. And I could not have and actually me and Candice had it on both of our lists originally. I'll just tell you that. So The Exorcist won out above all these other movies that we talked about tonight. I think we had great discussion tonight, and we're going to do another one of these to cover the last 10 rounds that we didn't get to, and then we'll pick a winner. And The Exorcist won't be on that one because they won this one.
So that might be a little bit harder choosing the winner there.
A little bit harder, yeah. So I guess if Candice is game for it, the next time we do Friday Foolish, we'll just continue doing this. I mean, I've really loved doing this. This was a lot of fun. I'm glad Candice brought this idea up to me. It was fantastic to be able to do this with Candice and discuss all these movies and discuss it with you guys in the chat.
Yeah, and we've had a good chat going.
Yeah, the chat's been almost constant throughout. And it was entertaining. Chris, I'm looking at you. It was entertaining from talking about zombie dongs to talking about King's book, The Shining, versus Kubrick's movie. It's all been fun. Earthworms versus gummy worms. And yeah, see, you never know what's going to come up in these conversations that we have. The wildest stuff could come up. And I want to thank Wes for showing up, and Uncle Bill, if you were lurking and not talking, if you were whispering in Chris's ear or whatever you were doing, I'm glad you were here.
I just thought of something, Dana. This has nothing to do with what we're talking about. But you know what I watched the other day?
What's that?
That I hadn't seen in so long, and it has nothing to do with horror. I'm so sorry. Was That Thing You Do with Tom Hanks? That Thing You Do.
Oh, That Thing You Do. Yeah.
Do you like that movie?
I do. I haven't seen it for a while, but I do like it.
I loved it when it came out, and I remember going and buying the soundtrack because the music was so good in it. And I just forgot how much I really loved that movie. And I said, I'm going to bring it up to Dana. But you know me, I forget to bring stuff up to you. So while it was on my mind, I said, I'm going to bring it up that I watched that. But
sometimes stuff that I forgot to tell Candice or forgot to tell other people will wake me up out of dead sleep. And I'm like, holy cow, I forgot to tell Candice or whoever something that I meant to tell them.
Me and Dana talk so much that we have so much to tell each other. I forget to tell her half the time things.
Candice has been on here for over 4 hours with me. She won't want to talk to me for about a week.
That's not true. That's not true. It's very rarely do we go a day without talking. But yeah, I've enjoyed tonight. I'm going to have to peel myself off of this seat. It's been like 1,000 degrees back here. My face is like red as blood.
Yeah, I do see red on your cheeks there. TJ says, I give this string 5.5 deadites. And yeah, Dana, one day you'll make a half. Yes, one day I will make the half deadite. Chris says dongs and worms makes for good entertainment. And on that note, folks,
Need to make a shirt of that, Dana. Dongs and worms.
and I'm
Oh,
gonna have it quoted to Crater.
oh goodness.
Oh, but
Kind of sick
anyway,
if you
it's
think
been
about it.
it's been fun, gang. But I got a few things to do before I get settled down for the night, and my butt is hurting.
Oh yeah.
Candace's butt is hurting, and we're burning up because I forgot to turn the window unit on back here, and it gets stuffy back here in the room with the computers. But I want to thank everybody that turned out for this, whether you were in the chat or not. I know there were probably more people at different times that were watching us to see what we were talking about. Crater's new restaurant, Doms and Worms.
Oh gosh. Like on Dumb and Dumber. We got worms.
Yes, exactly.
That story
Uh,
they're gonna make.
but if you didn't get a chance to watch this or stop in here and see me and Candace, it will be up on the channel. Feel free to watch it on the replay. I thank everybody that will watch it on the replay. And the next Friday Foolish we do, we'll continue the second part of this. We'll be doing another 10 rounds, and The Exorcist won't be included in that one. So, like
No.
Candace said, it's going to be a little bit harder, quite a bit harder, in fact. But and me and Candace are off like a couple of dirty shirts. Our shirts ain't dirty, but we're off like a couple of them. And I want to remind everybody, as I always do before we get off of here, to be kind to one another and blaze that trail. Have a fantastic rest of your Friday, folks. Even though it's Friday Foolish, I almost forgot what day it was, which is crazy.
The weekend.
Yeah, it's a weekend. Woo!
So happy.
Yeah, me too. Um, and go out and get you something good to eat this weekend or do something enjoyable this weekend. And if you don't have anything to do, starting at 7 p.m. Eastern time, Saturday and Sunday, I'm going to be doing a couple of watch alongs. So,
What are you doing this weekend?
I've got the original Dawn of the Dead for Saturday,
Oh,
George Romero classic, starting at 7 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow night. And then National Lampoon's Vacation for
ooh,
Sunday, also starting at 7 p.m. Eastern.
that's tempting. If I'm not doing anything and you want company.
Oh yeah, I'd love to
Oh,
have
gosh.
you,
It's
Candace.
one of my favorite movies. It's one of mine and my dad's movies that we watched all the time. So I love any of the National Lampoon Vacation movies,
Me
and
too.
that's a classic.
And I'd love to have somebody be my partner in crime for Dawn of the Dead as well. If I got any takers that ain't
Well,
doing anything.
Chris likes that, but you probably mad at him. All he's
No, I love Chris. I never. I just yank his chain just like he yanks my chain. It's just fun. Um, we love joking around, and carrying on. So nah, definitely not mad at you, Chris. If you're not doing anything and you want to join me, I'd love to have you on there. I'd love to get Uncle Bill on it. That's one of Uncle Bill's favorite movies. I know he's expressed his love. I'm calling you out, Uncle Bill. You know, you keep saying you want to join me on these streams. You ain't joined me yet. I'm getting sad. So anyway, moving on from that, me and Candace are going to get out of here if we can get up out of our chairs without
oh yeah.
because of our behinds. But I've had a lot of fun. This is like one of me and TJ's streams from back in the day when we was talking about.
Well, we've missed so many Friday foolishes. I think we just made it up with almost a 5 hour,
I think
four
we
and a
made
half
a
hour.
month's worth of Friday
Oh,
Foolish
yeah.
episodes. But anyway, we're out of here, folks. But we'll see everybody next time. Y'all have a good night. Bye, everybody.
See ya.